Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think you can clap a little louder than that, can't you? Always good to hear the claps. तो पहली बात तो ये कि जब जब ताली बजाएंगे तेज बजाएंगे. एक बार फिर से बजा के देखें. I promise you'll not get tired of this because we are all here to celebrate women today. And I think we should celebrate women every day. लेकिन आज मौका मिला है, हम सब साथ में हुए हैं. So let's make sure that they hear us cheering for them, they hear us clapping for them, and things move forward like that. My name is Priya Malik. I am a spoken word poet and a storyteller, and sometimes an anchor for specific special events like this one here. So I'm really excited to be a part of this today. Thank you to each and every one of you for being with us today. We welcome you all to the first edition. Firsts are always special, don't you agree? We all remember our first job, our first home, our first love, the first child. The second one is also always memorable. I'm also a second child. My mama tells me कि हाँ तुम्हें भी हमने याद किया था. लेकिन the firsts are always important. So this makes today's evening even more special कि ये पहली बार हम लोग साथ में जुड़े हैं women entrepreneurs को mention करने, celebrate करने, acknowledge करने. This is the HerZindagi.com presents WomenPreneur Awards 2023, recognizing her excellence. And today's evening has been made possible by Hamdard Khalis Masala. Can we give a huge round of applause to our sponsor partner? Now a little bit about Jagran News Media. Jagran News Media is the digital arm of the Jagran Prakashan Limited. It has a reach of over 100 million unique visitors every day. ज़रा सोचिए एक ऐसी वेबसाइट जिस पे रोज़ाना every day 100 million लोग क्लिक करते हैं. How many of you have actually been to the website, interacted with the website, read articles on it? Raise your hands. I better see every hand raised. अभी नहीं भी किया है तो you just better do it now. Yeah? Don't worry, I'll not ask you questions. I have. The HerZindagi team got in touch with me a couple of years ago in the middle of the pandemic and told me a little bit about what they do, and I went through everything that they do, and I was so impressed, and I still am. 3 years on, we are all here together and doing this today. And what I really love is that it is called HerZindagi, not her kaam, not her mamta, not her naukri, not her beauty, HerZindagi. Because at the end of the day, a woman's life is a mixed bag, right? It's a mixed bag. It's like a buffet. You have the entree, you have the main course, you have the dessert. It's a mix of everything. And the beauty of this particular website is that you have unique stories, you have unique articles, you have advice on everything that you would need. I was talking to the team this morning, and they said, HerZindagi can be your mentor. HerZindagi can be your sister. HerZindagi can be your mother. HerZindagi can be your colleague if you need work advice. So it is one of those platforms that I'm really proud to be associated with. 7,000 stories and 40 videos in a day. You know, I do some social media work. I don't even do 40 videos in a month. So hats off to your team for doing 40 videos in a day. Anyone who has ever made even a single video knows how hard it is to produce one, so awesome is that. The company has dedicated websites. They have Jagran.com, naidonai.com, inextlive.com, punjabijagran.com, and englishjagran.com. There are also different languages. There's Hindi, English, Tamil, and I believe Telugu is getting launched soon. Is that right? Beautiful. And today, as I said, we will be celebrating women who have broken all the shackles, who have done things that at one point in time, if somebody mentioned to me, we would have all thought unimaginable. And that is what we are all here to celebrate today. Before going forward, it is time to introduce our event partners, Hamdard Khalis Masale, more than 100 years old brand, Kalyan Jewelers, InstaShield, Infinix, LIC, and WEP. I would like to thank our sponsors and partners for making this evening special for us. And can I please have the AV of our sponsor? Thank you.
Guys, I'm thrilled to partner with Hamdard Khalis Masale. Khalis yani pure, khara, नेक नियत से बनाए गए इन मसालों से मिलता है बेमिसाल जायका। नॉट जस्ट सेइंग इट, कई बार आजमा कर बोल रहा हूँ, हमदर्द खालिस इज सो गुड आई फेल इन लव विद इट, एंड इट्स नॉट ब्लाइंड लव, आई हैव माई रीजंस। आफ्टर ऑल वी आर व्हाट वी ईट, सो लेट्स मेक इट खालिस। बी बैक विद टन्स ऑफ एक्साइटमेंट सून।
Can we please put a huge round of applause for Hamdard Khalis Masale? And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is that part of the evening when I'm actually inviting someone very Khalis on stage, for the lack of a better word. Let me call upon the editorial and strategy head of HerZindagi.com. Please put your hands together for Ms. Megha Mamgen. In a career spanning 18 years, this lady has donned many hats in the Khalis way: a journalist, news anchor, TV producer. She has led teams, talked about gender dynamics, gender disparity, and at Jagran News Media, she heads the #1 women's lifestyle website of the country. Guess which one? HerZindagi.com. And has also been associated with trusted health websites of the country, OnlyMyHealth.com. Under her leadership, these products have grown in strength, reach, credibility, and vernacular expansion. A particular favorite. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Megha Mamgen.
Thank you, Priya. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to HerZindagi.com's WomenPreneur Awards. And let me say, it is an absolute delight to be in the company of phenomenal women that are not just carving a niche for themselves, but you know what, you're actually laying down the foundation for so many women, young women, girls who are going to look at your stories, look at your journeys, and be inspired to follow in your footsteps. So thank you for doing that. Now settle down, everyone. I have a very interesting story to tell you. In a world that is today slowly but surely shifting its axis from male dominance towards a more inclusive play field, I'm going to take you back 4 years when Jagran New Media decided to push the pedal and go full throttle towards creation of a platform that is only going to cater to women audiences. And let me tell you, it was a bold move, because after all, advertisers put their buck on male eyeballs. Because after all, it was considered that it's the man who has the deciding power, it's the man who has the money to spend. But there was a small little website attempting to change that, change the perception that women will not consume content online, that women will not be digitally savvy, that women will not be loyal consumers, that they will not have enough influence in their house or in their community to really make a change, and that after all, advertisers won't really care for them. HerZindagi.com has proved all of these notions absolutely wrong. Today, that small website has grown to be an industry leader, reaching across regions and languages: Hindi, English, Tamil, soon Telugu, among many others. Just last month, HerZindagi.com reached over 30 million readers. Many of you who are reading us are here, watching me online perhaps, and you're making that statistic, and I really thank you. Because for us, you're not just a statistic. You are a part of a movement, because in you supporting us, you're actually changing the narrative that women-centric and women-led brands can't thrive. You are helping challenge the stereotype that women and business do not mix well. For all those who are still stuck to that archaic and honestly naive notion, I have news for you. And in fact, today, a room full of women entrepreneurs who are going to tell you that women mean business. The new Bharat is waking up to women chasing their entrepreneurial dreams, ideas, pitch decks, proposals. They're just flying out from across the country. Small towns, villages, to metro cities. Women are electrifying the business world. As young as 14 years of age, they are spouting terms like equity, seed rounds, crowdfunding without as much as a flinch. When the pandemic, in fact, put all of our jobs at risk, there were women who took on creating jobs. Many women-led startups were helping families stay afloat, and they were actually, in the long run, going to support economy as a whole. A testimony of this feisty breed of businesswomen was the kind of response that we got to the WomenPreneur Awards as entries. Honestly, we did not anticipate that we will get over 400 entries in just a matter of days. And despite the registrations closing, we continued to get these nominations in our mailboxes, our WhatsApps, our DMs. You are relentless, aren't you? And we love that about you, and we love the diversity of entries that we have received. From a small two-woman business that had a spectacular idea, or a business that was taking over a male bastion, a business with sustainability at its core, or a startup that was there to resolve a very basic need gap. Every entry for us was a revelation. Every entry was learning and a moment of pride for all of us at HerZindagi.com. Thank you for sharing your very inspiring stories with us. We would simply not have been able to decide winners between such champion entries had it not been for our very wise jury, and we began a very grueling process of rating, deliberating, deciding, debating, and finally reaching a consensus. Our knowledge partners, Women Entrepreneurship Program of the Niti Aayog, under the able leadership of Ms. Anna Roy, has been a big guiding force for all of us to put these awards together. The back-end teams at Jagran New Media, events, brand, product, tech, design, videos, admins, sales, marketing, social media, editorial, we've all put our hearts and souls into making WomenPreneur Awards a reality. Tonight, we are felicitating the winners of the day, but each one of you is on your own path to victory. You are champions already, and we are simply turning the spotlight on you today. Enjoy the show tonight. A bright tomorrow awaits. Thank you.
Thank you, Megha, for the lovely words, and it also shows why the website is doing as well as it is when it has a thoughtful leader like yourselves behind it, so thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to get on a lovely panel discussion. I'll be telling you a little bit about it today. We will be doing a panel discussion on women entrepreneurship platform. I personally believe every woman is an entrepreneur. Do you believe that? The way women run their houses like a ship, and I do that with mine as well, especially women with children. I've seen them doing their rosters and making sure they know the food that is getting cooked, they know who's getting to work, they are on top of their own work, they know what the pets are eating, they know what the children are doing. It's a great entrepreneur who can know his work from beginning till end, and every woman at the end of the day is an entrepreneur. I would like to invite some senior members from the WEP, which is the Women Entrepreneurship Platform Executive Community, to hold a no-bath discussion on building a woman entrepreneurial ecosystem and share their journey with us. And for panelists, please make sure you give a huge round of applause. Can I have the panelists on the screen, please? Please join me in welcoming Ms. Yashodhara Bajoria, Founder Director, Espresso Technologies, joined by Ms. Shivani Malik, Marketing Director, Da Milano. Keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Divya Jain, co-founder, Seco.ai, founder of Safe Educate, and Dr. Aisha Chaudhary, independent consultant in innovation. Thank you for being with us today. The floor is all yours.
Firstly, Priya, thank you for bringing the exuberance back into this hall. Not back into this hall, but into this hall. Really appreciate that, and looking forward to the rest of the evening play out with you at the helm of things. Secondly, Megha, that was a compelling speech, and I genuinely do think that ushered by your speech, I feel that this is going to be an excellent panel discussion. Thank you very much for giving the Women Entrepreneurship platform a platform, because I think it truly deserves one since its inception in 2019. I do believe that before I proceed, it's important for me to gauge the audience a little bit. So I'm going to just ask a couple of questions so that I know who we are talking to. It'll help Aisha, Divya, Shivani, all of us here better address some of our queries. So with a quick show of hands, can I know how many of you are running your business which is more than a couple of years old? Okay, thank you very much. I see some very excited men who are at the back. You're free to raise your hand. Don't worry about that. We like to keep this as participative, so don't worry. Can I also know that how many of you had to pivot your business after the pandemic, where you had to course correct and you had to change? So not that many, but I can see slowly the hands are coming across. So the reason why thank you very much for participating in that. The reason why I thought I'll start with this is because it's very important for us to understand who we are really talking to. All of us here are established entrepreneurs. I started my company in the year 2018. I run a company called CA Expert. We provide outsourced accounting solutions to small businesses. The reason why we started the compliance company was only because there was so much of information asymmetry as a woman leader, because we never understood our numbers. It was understood that my husband or my brother will go for a meeting with a chartered accountant and not me. And that's the reason why I felt that when I went for my website development, we were told that why don't we make your website pink? So the color palette was decided. It was known that my husband will cut the check. Everything was pre-decided for me. I just had to show up as a director and look pretty. And I think that's the reason why I think all of us sitting here on this stage here, and all of you will have certain stories like that. Instead of me introducing my panel, I thought that let me make it democratic and leave it to all of you, all of them to actually introduce themselves. I'll begin with Aisha, and I'm going to ask each one of you a question. Answer the question and then also give us a line of your introduction. Aisha, tell me how you think, what is the journey of the woman entrepreneur who's already become a woman entrepreneur? They're all here, they've been running their businesses, they're all getting awards. How do you think that person takes a step ahead and becomes a leader, that transition that happens, and stays to become a leader? To sustain as a leader is a challenging task. So how does one do that? What did you do? Who are you? And what is it that you do?
There's so many questions in just one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So thank you so much, Yashodhara, and thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be here this evening and share my thoughts about this topic, which I'm extremely passionate about. And I'm sure everyone sitting here in the room is extremely passionate about women empowerment, women leadership, women entrepreneurship, whatever we might like to call. I'm Aisha Chaudhary, and I would like to begin by saying that when I was growing up, I was a bookworm, an introvert. I sort of didn't really engage in a lot of co-curricular activity, physical activity. But what I realized is that in the last 10 years is when I really started to integrate different facets of life into my existence. And my entrepreneurial journey started about 10 years ago, before startups actually became a fashionable household term. It's only the last 7 years everybody wants to be a co-founder because it's cool, it's fashionable, the PM is talking about it and whatnot. But I think when I started up, people were really wanting to ask me, oh, so it seems like you don't have anything to do in life, and maybe that's why you're really starting up a company. So I think I bring this out really because what is very important for all of us to realize is that back then and still today, as women entrepreneurs, we continue to face internal and external barriers in our journey. And I faced also a lot of them. I started in the area of medical technologies, which again, because it's hardcore technology, it was supposed to be a man's space. So people used to make fun of me, that, oh, you're a woman co-founder and you're trying to work on technology and you're trying to raise a lot of money from private investors, government grants. How do you think it's going to really happen? But I think what was really important is that since we believed in ourselves, we were trying to solve a compelling need, which was essentially about saving newborn babies. That's how the mission really led us, and we continue to grow.
And of course, after a few years, we licensed out our technology to one of India's largest manufacturer so that they could really take it to a scale not just within India, but beyond India, because that's what their forte was. We were more of innovators, entrepreneurs, but not really ones who can make a lot of money and impact outside India as well. So I think that's the kind of paths that I took. And when you talk about leadership, I think it's very important for us to realize who is a leader. What often troubles me is this very westernized concept of leadership that, you're a leader only if you're running a large organization as a head or as a CEO. But I think what I loved was that every woman is an entrepreneur. Similarly, what about family leadership, self-leadership, community leadership? I think all these aspects are also part of the concept of leadership. So I think as part of an individual, as part of the WEP team working at Niti Aayog, we're all extremely passionate about really expanding this definition, concept of leadership. We really need to add new dimensions to what leadership is all about, because especially in India, women always do not get a formal authority, but they still continue to be great leaders. So I think that is very, very important, and that is one of our common missions through the WEP also, that we're trying to say, how do we really empower women entrepreneurs like the ones sitting here to really emerge as leaders from India for the world? So I think that's where we have to focus, that yes, you want to start as an entrepreneur, but you also want to be able to inspire people at work, in community, in your family, and continue to emerge as leadership, as great leaders. So I think leadership is not, like I said, just about organization. It's about really understanding who you are as an individual, how you want to inspire people around you, and how you really want to create an impact. So I think that's where I'll pause. There's lots to say, but I think that's for now. Thank you.
No, I think those are very valid points and a great segue to my next question, which is for Divya. Divya, in 2023, I know you're running a skilling app. Tell us a little bit about that, and tell us what skills are relevant for a leader, for a woman entrepreneur in 2023. Not what was relevant, but what is relevant today. And don't talk about only from those people who started a company. I see there are a lot of students here who started off. So if there were some young people who you had to address, what were those skills that you would say are critical for?
Thank you so much, Yashodhara and Aisha. So first of all, I think I'd like to start by a huge congratulations, to the Jagran Media Group for actually organizing this. Saying women entrepreneurs, and of course, a huge round of applause for the amazing women entrepreneurs who are here today. And I think you spoke about this, Megha, is just the fact that you're here and just the fact that you're getting acknowledged. I think that's what we need to start off with, that women entrepreneurs themselves are special. So I'm Divya Jain. I was just I was doing a program at in Boston. This is an OPM program at the Harvard University. It's 180 business owners from across the world. So there were 180 people from 60 countries. 60 countries से 180 लोग थे. उसमें less than 10% of the cohort was women. 15 लड़कियां थी हम. I was in a classroom. We had living groups. I was living in an apartment. There were 7 men. One was from Mexico, Uruguay, Brazil, Singapore, and I freaked out, but I was literally the only woman in that group. And the fact of the matter is, what we do is hard. It's not easy to be a woman entrepreneur, irrespective of what the narrative is so far, and can we take a moment to just acknowledge that? There are studies that have been done. One of our professors, Professor Boris, did a study, and he said it is 7 times harder. It is 7 times harder for a woman to be in a leadership position or to run a business. So just the fact you guys are here, take a bow. Each one of you who raised your hand and said that I'm running a business, please understand you're doing something incredibly special. And HerZindagi, this platform, and also WEP, these are platforms that are acknowledging it, and these are resources so that we can try and make it not as hard. What is WEP? WEP is an aggregating platform. It is a platform we're trying to bring together resources. We're trying to get together people to support these amazing women entrepreneurs who unfortunately today are a minority, right? Aisha would have a really hard time raising money because the first question would be, are you getting married? When do you plan to have kids, right? I mean, I'm sorry, sir, but did you get that question when you go for a fundraise? No, you don't. So I think as women, we acknowledge that it's harder for us to be entrepreneurs, but we go ahead and do it any which ways. And these are platforms that are coming together to bring the right resources together to enable that. And WEP is just an aggregation platform, which we're really grateful because you actually have one of the highest authority of the Niti Aayog, and the government of India recognizes that. And they want to make a place where entrepreneurs can come together, access resources, and more than that, have a community. Have a community where each one of us can see each other and say, you know what, she did it, so maybe so can I. And you know, role models that WomenPreneur Awards will create also does that for each one of us. For me, I'm Divya. I've been running a skilling company. We've been doing skill development for young girls and boys. And during COVID, we pivoted to a platform called Seekho. It's an online platform which again is looking at giving the relevant skill sets which are more relevant in today's digital world. And truly, I think here again, I'll try and say that entrepreneurs, and there's always been nurture versus nature. Are entrepreneurs made or created? And I think a lot of us are excited to be this, but there's a lot of skilling and resources that we can provide as an ecosystem to make that happen. So of course, soft skills like critical thinking, like creating a team, being a leader, but also hard skills. Mika spoke about it in terms of, creating videos, digital marketing. So having the right hard skills, which is digital skills, financial literacy, access to market, understanding these skills are incredibly important. And I think as entrepreneurs, we all need to invest in ourselves, to skill ourselves, in our teams, and more than anything, our vision. I think often we're inspired by the need that we see around, but I think in all of us, we have the ability and vision to scale, to make that into a larger impact. And I do hope that all of us can come together, pool our resources together, and encourage and motivate each other to create a larger vision and a vision that's greater than all of us.
Well said, absolutely. I think that all of us are here, and the WEP platform does exactly that, and I'll talk about that in just a little bit. But before that, my next panelist, Shivani Malik. Shivani, your question that I have for you is that a few of them raised their hands saying that they had to pivot their business after the pandemic. What was it for you to run one of India's largest luxury leather goods, and how did COVID impact you? And what is that one lesson or one piece of advice that you could give them from a marketing standpoint to all the women entrepreneurs that are here when they're faced with a situation like this?
Thank you, Yashu. Good evening, everyone. I would like to start by telling you a small little story of how I started. I basically finished my master's and got involved, and straight away got married and got involved in this business, which I thought I'm going to give my best shot. When I joined the business, Da Milano basically was just a two-store concept. It wasn't even a brand, it was just a two-store concept. And there was one store in CP and the other one in Southex. That's when I sat down with my husband. We thought, this is going to be our first child and we'll bring it up. We didn't know what creating a brand exactly means, but we thought we'll try and have a chain of stores because we thought we wanted to make a bigger impact. So we decided to start expanding, and luckily the retail market was also growing at that point. So we started taking spaces in the malls, and we started getting more stores for Da Milano. Now, when we started the business 15 years ago to what it is today, there is actually no comparison to how we ran the business then to how we run the business now. So my first advice comes to, is that, you need to understand that times are always going to be changing. So one needs to be prepared to change with the changing times. I actually took up the task of marketing and e-commerce, both of which haven't stayed, stagnant. So the only thing that was constant was change, and it's constantly changing. COVID actually was very, very surprising, because no one was actually prepared. So while everyone thought that this is the end, it was actually a beginning for most of the businesses. And I'm sure a lot of people in the audience also came up with a lot of new ideas. For us, in our business, we realized how important digital marketing is, how important online presence is. So while I am sitting here and literally telling you about my business, each day, constantly, you're learning so much. So even for me, even while I am doing the business, and while Divya was talking about skilling and how you have to keep upskilling, you have to keep learning. Just yesterday, I got a call for a metaverse store, and I was like, I need to learn more. So the other constant thing that you have to keep learning to be able to grow a business. And I think a platform like WEP it's that place where it really helps. So, it's not just for startups, it's for all sorts of entrepreneurs, including me, Divya, Aisha, and I think Yashodhara. It's at all levels of businesses where you need wherever you're getting stuck, I think it comes right there to help you. I have been associated with WEP ever since its inception, and it's a cause very, very close to my heart. So while business gives me a high, my brand is out there, it's the best thing we've created, it's come out well. Giving back to the society was something really close to my heart, and that's why I decided to hold hands with WEP and bring out the message out there to everyone. My message right now is also to please have a look at the website, try and register on it, and get help wherever you're getting stuck. Because this is what's going to take you to the next level. It takes people like us also who have sort of come a little further than the startups. So it is for everyone out there. It's going to just add. It's just going to add to you. And it's my request to at least have a look at it once, so that you're able to understand, you're able to gain more and more and take your business to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivani. And I think that, to address the elephant in the room, that what is WEP, and I wanted this context setting to be done first before we actually talk about WEP, because otherwise it would have been lost in an introduction. The Women Entrepreneurship Platform, or WEP, is an enabling platform launched as a PPP, which is a public-private partnership, where private stakeholders are collaborating with the public entities to provide a range of resources, mentorship, networking opportunities to entrepreneurs that are women. It's a platform that was started under Niti Aayog, and it continues to do so. The platform aims to foster a more inclusive and supportive entrepreneurial ecosystem in India, offering a collaborative space for women to access the support that they need and to grow their business. Recently, at the Empower 20 inception meeting, which was held in Agra, which is one of the tracks of the G20 for which our country is holding the presidency, WEP was offered to G20 countries, signaling the potential for a multilateral impact beyond India. So here is a platform that is there available to all of us, where you can go sign up and you can instantly be connected to the G20 countries and God knows, get advice, mentorship, resources, which is going to be multi-layered and multi-dimensional. WEP is also launched as this platform has been its 3.0 version. It's the third version that has been, and it's a radical change in terms of the usability, and it has close to about 30,000 members that benefit from additional offerings, but also create a wider opportunity for thousands of women entrepreneurs to be a part of this movement. And this brings me back to what Shivani was saying, that, it is a platform that helps you get that elevator back down for the others to climb up. As an enabling platform, WEP is built on 3 pillars: Ichha Shakti, Gyan Shakti, and Karma Shakti. Motivating aspiring entrepreneurs to start their businesses, providing knowledge and ecosystem support to women entrepreneurs to foster in entrepreneurship for those who are in the middle, and providing hands-on support to entrepreneurs in setting and scaling up their businesses for those who are in the growth phase. I would urge all of you to please visit the website wep.gov.in and do register yourselves so that we can see more of your faces at our events when we do so in the near future. Coming back to the questions that we had laid out and taking pointers from what the audience did kind of give us and some of your introductions, Aisha, I wanted to understand from you that since you are now heading research, the vertical of research in the WEP platform, what would you think are the impediments to conducting research? What is it that as an entrepreneur, when I'm filling out a survey or being part of that evidence creation, what is it that I can do better to help you do a better job at data collection, data mining, and also evidence, just data creation in general, so that we can use that data to solve greater pain points?
Sure, thank you. And I think what I'll also do is provide a little more context to WEP because I was working at Niti Aayog when all of this got started. Some of you may remember India hosted the Global Entrepreneurship Summit, GES, back in 2017 in November. And it was at that summit where it was announced, that why can't we do something which is focused for women in entrepreneurship? So it was announced that yes, the government through Niti Aayog will do something in that. And you won't believe that in the next 3 months, around March, the Women's Day, the platform was launched. I highlight this because it just demonstrates the kind of commitment, not just government, but a lot of partners also brought to the table that yes, now is the time for women to really go into the entrepreneurial journey and become leaders. So I think that was very important also to mention. And yes, since then, 3 versions have been launched, and I think it's been a very, very iterative process where we get a sense of what are the needs in the market for the users who are the women entrepreneurs, and then we keep revising. And I think what we realized over the last few months was that there's a lot of talk about what needs to change in India. But when we go to the government or we go to private partners and say that this needs to change, everybody will ask, why do you think this will work and something else will not work? And I think that's where we realize that what we really need is some data, some evidence to demonstrate that yes, these are some kind of policy changes that we need within India to further enable women entrepreneurship. These are some programs that we really need to test, demonstrate on field with some organizations in various states to be able to say that yes, this is what works. So I think in general, if you look at the country, we don't have a lot of data in terms of which kind of women entrepreneurs are successful, what is it that really enables them. And when I say enabling, it's again both to be able to address the internal barriers as well as the external barriers. Last 5-7 years after, of course, Startup India was launched, there was a lot of emphasis on, external barriers. We have to be able to provide schemes, programs, policies, everything. But what about internal barriers again? So I think as a research innovation policy arm of WEP, we are really looking forward to be able to also understand that if some women entrepreneurs have overcome those internal barriers, what are those barriers? Can we use some of the learnings from those people and let's say create some policies or some frameworks which can then enable masses to really start the journey of entrepreneurship? I think right now the number is low because it's a lot about, okay, what's the environment and what is my internal strength? But if the environment is improving, can we also enable more and more women to develop that internal strength to take up that job of being an entrepreneur? So I think research and innovation is all going to be about creating this data for India that yes, this is what enables, empowers women. In fact, I'll also share one specific research study that we are doing which may seem a little intriguing. The moment I say the word genetics, a lot of people come to me. Why do you want to really understand what kind of genes do women entrepreneurs have? But I think that's also we are doing because like it was also mentioned that the nurture and the nature both go hand in hand. So yes, there the genes do play some role in the kind of behavior we demonstrate as individuals. So there's no harm in understanding, that, okay, are there some genes which are unique to entrepreneurs or no? Now, what are the results and how do we want to leverage that is something which we will discuss later on. But I think what I will really want to also mention here that as women entrepreneurs, what you can really contribute is to tell us what are the areas where we need more research, where we need more data. And as we will keep launching, rolling out these studies, it would be nice to get your inputs also. If you participate in these studies, you will tell us that how you empowered yourself to become an entrepreneur, and then how we can use those learnings to empower more women to actually become entrepreneurs. So I think it's essentially just about learning from people who have done in the field, collecting that as an evidence, then going and knocking to the government that this is what needs to change, telling the private organizations this is what needs to change. And then, of course, creating an enabling ecosystem where not just 1 out of 10, but maybe 1 out of 2 women want to become an entrepreneur sometime in the future. So that's our goal, I would say. Thanks.
No, I think the better you are at identifying a pain point, higher your chances of solving that person's problem is. So I think that we must put in that effort to identify the pain points of each of the entrepreneurs. This question is actually for both Divya and Shivani, and for anybody else who wants to talk about their story, please raise your hands. Everybody's talking about gender parity. Divya also kind of mentioned about her classroom gender parity, where there were 8 women leaders out of 100. I'm sorry, I don't remember the other number. But more important than gender parity, which is equal number of men and women, what's important is gender inclusivity. How many women in your organizations are you actually giving a serious pathway to become a leader? So this question is to both Shivani and Divya. What do you think of gender inclusivity? Today you have women working in your organizations. Do they get a chance to come after they maybe have had a baby, taken a maternity leave, or got married? What do they put on the resume? How are the policies in your organization making sure that somebody can have an Act 2 and not be ashamed about it and not be worried about an empty slot in their resume and need to feel the need that they have to worry? So I'll have both of you take this up.
Okay. So in my 15 years of work experience, I have noticed, especially for a brand like ours, women make better leaders. Now, we were having this discussion before the panel as well. It's maybe because women in general are more compassionate. They understand how their team works. They're more, they understand the feelings of.
Empathetic.
They're more empathetic is the right word, yeah. So for us, especially for Da Milano as well, we actually have way more women working for us than men. And consciously we hire more women, and that actually has, the working environment is actually so much better, I feel, because of that. Having said that, I think when there are lots of women in the workplace, automatically systems are put in place to support each other. So, automatically policies come up, because see, every woman has to go through that biological cycle. They have to get, when they get married, they have to have a child, etc. I think we've learned it as we've grown. We've learned it. We've understood that. But because we appreciate those workers so much, because we know we can't. Brands are made with people. So for us, at least in our organization, I think people who we work with are very, very, very important for us. We lay a lot of emphasis on training. We spend a lot of time motivating our employees. So we understand when there's a need that they need to go for a long break. We as women did so. I had to take a long break when my first child was born. It was very hard to get back. So I understand that as a leader myself, and I try and push it to the lowest level. Also because we focus so much on training and we invest in our people, automatically policies are made in such a way. And it's great that, now companies at large are understanding the importance of women in organizations, importance of women in leadership positions, because it just makes the working environment so much better. And I hope more and more government policies also keep coming in place where women are supported, and so that it's easier for women to come back stronger. And like, if you automatically, if you're investing in something, you will make sure that you make space for it once it's ready to come back. So I think it's important to keep training your people, to keep motivating them, and build whatever you're building together as a team. I think we at Damilano, we do that. We have a beautiful team of women leaders. Both our top positions are all full of women, and it's just a very, very happy working environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivani. I loved your stories. So 2 stories, and that's it for me. So we are a family in logistics. My father-in-law started a company in logistics. It's called Safe Express. When I got married and, I joined the business and I walked in and I said, chalo, theek hai, I have to go to office, I have to walk into the warehouse. My mother-in-law had never been allowed to go to office, right? Kyunki logistics, trucking, ladkiyon ki jagah nahi hai. So that was basically and she was just like, but for the past 30 years, main to kabhi gayi nahi. But that was, I think, the mindset. And I remember when I first walked in, people were a little bit like taken aback. There were truck drivers and, there's someone following me around, piche ki pata nahi madam ko kya ho jayega. But I think the exciting thing was that because madam was there, everyone started behaving themselves. We actually I started my training company where we've been training men and women. And we've created warehouses. And this is for Ecom Express. We had 180 women who we train, and the entire warehouse today in Nagpur is run by women. This warehouse is one of the best performing warehouses of Ecom Express. It has 80% more productivity than the other warehouses, right? The women don't take breaks. There is much lesser attrition. And, overall, it's a much better working culture. So, when you put women in the workplace, statistics, facts show you that the working environment per se increases. The second thing is about being a mother or, having a child. Having a child is directly proportional to your years of working, right? As, your clock stops at 40. You need to get everything done. And that's exactly the time that you need to build up your business. And how do you manage that? And at some point, this conversation needs to be okay. It needs to be okay for us to have conversations like this. Do we really want maternity leave? I'm sorry, but I'm not leaving my business for 6 months, especially a new startup. But there's a policy which says that, hey, we're giving you paternity leave. How many people are actually using that? We're not going to get the right answers till we have women, till we have you guys, till we have us in leadership, in positions talking about it. I was pregnant with my son. It was 9 months, 10 days when I inaugurated this school in Vigyan Bhavan. And everyone was very nice to me because they were like, oh my God, her baby will come anytime. So I got a lot more done just because I was having a baby. But we are powerful, we are strong, and we need to own that, accept that, and talk about it. So even at WEP, what Aisha is saying, talk to the surveys, in skilling, talk about your needs. In terms of mentorship, not just decide, women need mentors. So come on board, find mentors for yourself, and also give back. As entrepreneurs, you are role models. So we would love to have you on platform, not just to consume, but to give. So contribute in terms of reach out to us, tell us how you'd like to be a part of this. We'd love to have your resources on board, the kind of markets that you want to reach out to. One platform, one voice, and if we guys can all make a voice for this, I'm sure this is the change that we need.
I don't think there could have been a better ending to this panel than those comments, Divya. And I think that for us to understand how we work, the only way that can happen is if all of us work together as a community and understand that, our problems are shared problems, and the solution also is going to come from one of us. I'd like to thank all of you here and all of you there sitting here patiently listening to us. And as Divya, Aisha, and Shivani have reiterated, we'd request you to please join in on this platform. It's a simple sign up. It's wep.gov.in. It's an initiative run by Niti Aayog. And as I said, it's a PPP model. We're looking for your support, of your time, of your experiences, of your learning. Whatever you can give to a farmer who's sitting in Odisha, who's growing turmeric, which has got the highest content of curcumin. And the only reason she can't sell it is because there is no logistics partner willing to transport her curcumin from Bhubaneswar to the various stores here in Delhi or Mumbai or Hyderabad. That's no reason enough for her to not be able to do that business. So women entrepreneurs are all those women entrepreneurs who we touch, who are there in tier 3, tier 4 cities, who don't know how to open a bank account, who don't even have a bank sometimes in their districts. Those are the people you need to touch. That's where the change is going to come from. So urging all of you to come forward, and thank you very, very much. HerZindagi, Priyanka, Megha, for this opportunity. We truly feel blessed that we were able to do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies, for such an insightful discussion. And to further this insight, we have another panel where we will be talking about women leadership and, more importantly, how women are changing the rules of leadership. And may I please call upon the panelists? Can I please have the panelists' names on the screen? Please put your hands together as I call them out. We have Ms. Megha Mamgan, who will be moderating this discussion, Health and Lifestyle Jagran New Media. Keep the applause going. Ms. Soumya Kant, co-founder and chief growth officer at Clovia. We have Ms. Anjali Birla, civil servant in the Ministry of Railways. Ms. Nandini Singh, partner in IBM, consulting public sector leader, South Asia. And Ms. Poonam Mutreja, executive director, Population Foundation of India. Megha, it is now in your capable hands. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All wonderful, anecdotal, experiential insights that will be absolutely valuable for all of us, those already in business and those thinking of. We'll try and keep this panel as tight as possible, and I really want to also bring in some of the aspects of leadership when we talk about women leading businesses and women leading teams. Now, you must have all noticed, आपने देखा होगा कि pandemic के बाद से या pandemic के दौरान words like empathy, flexibility, multitasking, ये सब बहुत buzzwords बन गए हैं. लेकिन we all know, all of us women know that ये हमारे लिए तो हमेशा से ही tools थे. We've been doing this. We've been putting this in practice. And we have known this intuitively that these rules will work in leadership. The rules like empathy will always outweigh authority, that transparency will trump territorialism. And we have proved this effectively in our styles of leadership. लेकिन हमेशा से साल दर साल, like Divya was also saying, we've all been told as women, "Arey, you're too naive, you're too soft to do business." But now the world is waking up to the tangible, profitable changes that women are bringing to business. And we would like to really popularize a phrase like lead like a woman, right? So it is, I think, very pertinent now than ever before that how we talk about and acknowledge how women are changing the rules of this game called leadership. And I have a super stellar panel with me. Joining me is, of course, Nandini Singh. She's an accomplished business leader. She's currently a partner with IBM Consultancy. She's leading the public sector, oil and gas verticals for India and South Asia. Please welcome Nandini. We have Soumya Kant, who is a co-founder and chief growth officer at Clovia, a name that perhaps all of us know, a lingerie brand that has found its way into the wardrobes and hearts of millennial women. Thank you so much, Soumya, for being here. Anjali Birla, she's a young civil servant, the Ministry of Railways. She's a co-founder of Anya Foundation, an NGO that is working towards women development and skill development. And we have Ma'am Poonam Utreja sitting on that far side, Executive Director, Population Foundation of India. And she has more than 35 years of experience in socio-development sector. So this is really, I mean, a panel that I'm so proud of. Please, let's make you, I really want to make use of all the insight and knowledge that is going to come out of this conversation. Now, first, Nandini, I want to ask you that, we've always been told that, it's a feel-good thing. Get diversity at work, get women, this number, 50% women. But I want to just lay it out, that is it just like a feel-good thing for corporates, or is it going to actually bring about tangible, profitable change in culture, as well as, company revenues to have women in leadership as well as overall?
So thank you, Megha. When I started my career, there was nothing called diversity as in diversity. So when I joined around 26 years back, and I did chemistry, MSc chemistry. My mother was insistent that I do my chemistry and sciences and maybe become a doctor. But after that, when I did my MBA, I got selected in a company. It was, I don't know why they took me. It was no diversity, nothing of that sort. But I think I would have probably answered my questions very well. I got there, and you wouldn't believe it. There was one steno, and there was one receptionist, and then there I was a sales manager. And I joined a industry which is called information technology industry. Supposedly there were a lot of programmers. The girls were doing only programming and coding. There was absolutely nobody was going in the field. Nobody was an entrepreneur within that industry. So when I started my sales, it was a experience which they weren't ready, I guess. So I was just telling somebody outside that I would go to, I was handling public sector, imagine. So when I went there, I went there with my team member. There was a team member who was reporting to me, of course a male. And the person across my table, I was introduced as a manager, but he would look at me. He would just look at the person, and he thought that it was understood that he's my manager. It was very well understood. And I would say, and then the guy got so that probably I'll be like rogering him when I go outside. So he says, sir, she's my manager, sir, please talk. But still he wouldn't talk to me directly. So these are the things. From there, we have come a long way. So now from last, I think 10, 15 years, it's a diversity, it's not a namesake. They're actually walking the whole thing all the way. And now I have around 50 to 60% women, and sometimes it's more. Even in sales and business development, they go on a maternity leave, they come back and join. And we are ensuring in organizations that they join at the same pay scale and the same place. So women, and they are, I wouldn't be saying better, but equally good to men as compared to men. We are doing very good. In fact, as a leader, I think I'm a little, my IQ is more than or maybe equal to IQ. My EQ is equal to IQ, yes.
Yes, the EQ quotient, that emotional quotient, and how that comes into play. We're going to touch upon that. Soumya, I want to come to you. You are, leading a brand that's, one of the most successful apparel brands. You've taken great valuation from a company like Reliance. And, what is your mantra? How are you doing it? You are really what defines the young woman entrepreneur, you and your, partner. You've been really leading Clovia year-on-year profits, year-on-year sustainability, making a brand impression, getting people, return customers. How are you making that possible? What is the rules of success for a woman entrepreneur?
Can you hear me now? Yeah. So I was saying that lingerie as a category has always been talked about in a very hushed tone, right? I grew up in a very small town of Haridwar, and when we were growing up, there was no lingerie store there. So there used to be an auntie who used to come in middle of the afternoon as if she's stealing something to sell us lingerie. And while growing up, me and my sister, we were both very active girls. So we wanted all the support that we could get, but we didn't really have it. And the same thing happened when we shifted to Delhi for our college, for our jobs, that our outerwear had evolved so much, but our innerwear was still that black, white, beige, boring, four-way stretch fabric that could fit all sizes. So that's where the idea came from, that we really needed to bring fashion in this space. And today I can proudly say that we sell one bra every 3 seconds. So while I'm speaking to you, 1, 2 sold. And we've been able to do that because we've made it cool. So the entire brand voice is that of a young girl who's funny, who's smart, who's cool. She can solve a problem. She may not be able to solve a problem, but she'll have fun while doing it. So if you go to our socials, if you go to our site, it will be all just fun. And every time a customer interacts with us, she's there, she feels like she's talking to her elder sister, to a friend. And that's how we've been able to, cut through all the market.
Yeah. I think, that's the key, that women also have the power to be agile, adaptive, that we're not stuck to what the rules have been laid. We make our own rules, and I think that is what works for us. Anjali, I'd like to get you into the conversation. I want to understand from you the sort of stereotypes that come in the way of women in leadership. Do you think that we have to prove ourselves more for the same thing that a man gets really served on the plate? We have to really prove our worth and it's not a one-time thing. We have to, when you go out in the pitch, when you ask for people to have the faith to put the money in your business, do we have to prove ourselves more? What has been and how do you circumvent that?
I think in areas, in workspaces that have predominantly been dominated by men, we have to prove ourselves in the way, because there are gender stereotypes that they don't have that much of capability, that much of brain, that much of strength. They wouldn't stay up till late, what is required to do the work. So all of these gender stereotypes exist when we go in the workspace. But it's also on us and all of the women leaders who are here, and so grateful that I'm sharing stage with such powerful leaders. So it's on us that we put in that extra hour, that we put in that extra effort, that we put we put down the foot on those negotiating tables, so that it will be easier. It will serve good on 2 counts. That one, the younger girl will be able to see a role model, that, okay, these are the places, like she will be able to visualize herself in a leadership position, because women right now are there at that position. And secondly, in the workspaces also, people will break those gender stereotypes that, okay, no, women can lead and they can become better leaders. And this whole topic about leadership, it should not be gender based, it should be quality based. So any person who has those leadership qualities can become a leader. It does not matter whether a person is a male or female. And in fact, I just returned from, I have a fresh anecdote in mind. I just returned from Lucknow. I was there on duty. And there was a male staff there, and he just kept referring me as sir. Like, sir, I'll do it. Yes, sir, I'll get it done. And then I was just like, I stopped him. I told him that, I'm not, you can call me Anjali, but I'm not a sir. And I think it was very difficult for him to visualize that, okay, a young female can be his boss and can tell him to do things. So those barriers have to be broken when we will take those positions, when women come in spaces, be it public space or private space, and take up the leadership role. Those gender stereotypes will go away, and maybe like down the line, in a decade, when we sit on this panel, I can definitely say that no, they don't exist.
I just hope it doesn't take a decade for us to get there. But Poonam ma'am, I want to get you in now, and I want to talk about, what the earlier panel also mentioned, that, the life milestones for women. Shaadi ho gayi, bacche kab tak honge, and how that can intervene or become an impediment in the growth, in the career graph. How does a woman manage that? Is it possible for us to have it all? Can we not have a family, children, and a thriving career? How do you manage that?
So what you just mentioned about milestones like marriage, having a child, there are earlier milestones too. Should a girl be educated? Should a girl go past primary school, high school, then higher education? Do you invest in higher education? Does she marry early? So the milestones for majority of Indian women or women across the world start very early. And much of it has to do with social norms. And second, when I say social norms, there is this norm that it is the son who light the fire of the father or the mother. Which religion says that? Who says that? I lit the fire of my both mother and father along with my brother. We have to break these stereotypes. Men are not going to do it for us. They haven't done it. Perhaps we've educated them wrongly or brought them up wrongly, to be fair to the men here and outside. But we have to break all these social norms and change. And it'll come with, since we are talking about leadership, and we were talking earlier, there was a panelist who said, I don't like the Western concept of a leader who is only when they're in a position of authority. No, I'd say that isn't true. And if you read books of today on leadership, leadership is mentioned not as a noun anymore. There was a time it was considered a noun. So you're the prime minister, you're the minister, or you're the CEO. Today, leadership I see as a verb, not a noun. You can be a leader and not exercise leadership. There are many men in leadership positions who are not exercising leadership. But if I just look at the 6 women political heads of countries we had during COVID, you'll all agree there is evidence to show they manage COVID better than any man-led country. So I would like to say that it is something that there are many, many gender roles that impact women's careers, but the one that impacts women's careers the most is their caregiving role, their birth-giving role. Women have the privilege and biological advantage of producing or giving birth to children. They also do the caregiving role. Yes, men don't have that advantage of being able to give birth to a child, and I think that will never happen. That won't change. But at least men can take the privilege of sharing the caregiving role, not just for the children, but for the woman who is going through triple burden: home, broader family, and work. So there, over here, let's not just wait for the men to stand up. By the way, I'm married to the most feminist, supportive, cooperative man. I worked and he stayed home doing consultancy so that he could be there for our children when they came home. So I'm not a bitter feminist. I'm a very happy feminist. And I do know a lot of men who play a partnership role, but they are few and so on. So the caregiving role, we have to create a care economy where you entrepreneurs have to think of women, bring men with you, but think of creating a caregiving entrepreneurship where women can leave safely their children in daycares, in schools, in-laws, parents, everybody the women is looking after. So if we had an ecosystem, and that's something where I think WEP can think about investing in I can think of a million things, but there is a great young audience here. I'm probably the oldest,
the most experienced.
I have a lot more to say and experience, but I will
Yeah. So let me take that conversation point a little ahead. And, you know, strangely, there is a lot of shame attached to that, Poonam ji. I don't know whether you noticed, but a lot of us women feel shame in saying that, "Arey, ghar ka kaam my husband has to do." You know, or he's a stay-at-home husband. There is a tag of shame. So there's a lot of stereotype and conditioning that is spun around this. Also, Nandini, I want to bring this in. When we talk about a woman leader or a woman in a, you know, workplace, we expect at some level them to be nice, warm, empathetic, and when they show authority, then they become, you know, bitch. You know, that, you know, she's aggressive. A man is assertive, but she's aggressive. She's must be one of those days. You know, so how do you fight that? How do you, you know, maybe fight again is a wrong word, but how do you take that on? How do you change that notion, that so it is conditioning?
When you asked that question, the first image which came to my mind was Jhansi ki Rani. I mean, no, look at what is the image which comes to your mind? She has a child in her lap or at the back, and she's riding a horse and fighting a battle, not only to save her kingdom, to save her child's future, to save herself. So look at the, I mean, it's nothing new. We do it, we have been doing it often, but look at us. It's a paradox we are living in, rightly said, Megha. If I'm authoritative, I have to be a little, you can say a little adjusting as well. If I'm an autocrat, I have to be a democrat as well. I'm seen as, if I say things, the same male counterpart says something and orders something, it's like he's being a man. But if I say, oh, she's an authoritative, she's such, oh, this is very, very often. I've heard this, overheard. Even my team the team which reports to me says, my God, she bosses around so much. Husband to mara rehta hoga. So this is the kind of stereotype we are living in. So we have to be giving at the same. So what I do is generally, Megha, is that I am soft with people, but I'm tough on tasks. I sit on the table on Fridays. I wear denims and jeans and become one of them. I was a teetotaler to start with. I come from a very small town called Dehradun. So when I came here in Delhi, how to make a mark with my male counterparts were having wine and drinking and smoking and doing whatever, joking around, and I couldn't do that. So I have to be distant as well as have to be closer to them. So how to do that? So my mantra was Fridays, I used to just sit on the table, faff with them, crack a joke, and started having wine with them in the evening so that they can open up and actually be with me. So because 50% at least or 60% at least were men with me, and I was working with them, and as well as colleagues. So this is what it is. We can do. It's a paradox we are living in, and it's a double bind. I mean, you'll agree, right? So I think that's the way it is.
Yeah, yeah. Let me get in Soumya. Soumya, we're now talking about a time, you know, of course, post-pandemic, and also we're looking at creating an ecosystem where we can have it all. Flexibility, like I said, has become very important. How do you bring that in as a leader in your workplace to also ensure you meet your targets, to also ensure work continues, but also be able to get in more people, make it an easier and you know, more creative as well as more sort of productive for everybody who's involved? How does flexibility play out in your?
The easiest answer is to hire more women and hire more women managers, more women in leadership roles. But the long answer is to also sort of give them growth within the organization. So from our own example, I can tell you that a girl who was a caller in customer care center, she understood the customer so well. After 2 years in that role, we shifted her to a different role where she saw growth. And she saw that this company is giving me everything that they can, and hence I must return the favor. So while obviously she ensures that her responsibilities at home, her children, her husband are taken care of, but she also ensures that this is my commitment. I have a stake in this business. I have to ensure that when a customer needs something, it is delivered. So I think it's more important to create accountability within the team, and not just women, for men as well. We also have to handhold a lot of men managers to ensure that when they're hiring, they give gender a zero mark kind of a thing, and they look beyond the gender. And it's been a slow process, but today I think women are naturally, making the cut by themselves, and hence it's become much simpler. Having said that, I think empathy, regardless of whatever role you're in, as an organization, empathy is very important for a customer, for your team, for everything.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I also, Anjali, I want to bring in this point of, we've often been told, and now that we are talking about, women empowerment, when we talk about feminism in a positive way, we say that we'll have to demand for it. We'll have to ask for what we don't get. How do you actually bring it to practice? Importance of demanding for what you deserve in the journey, and how do you handle the paradox of self-advocates versus speaking for your team?
I think it's very important to be demanding. I mean, but there is a very fine line between being demanding for your rights and for what's your share, and being selfish. And so the team would have a problem when you are being selfish. That means you want to take a pie larger than what is your share, when you are sabotaging somebody else. So, but if you are standing up for yourself, demanding what is your share, what's your due, then that paradox would not exist, because your team will trust you. They will know that if you are standing up, if you are demanding for your personal growth, it does not mean it doesn't come at their cost. So that paradox doesn't stay. And as women, I feel like we are naturally very toned down. We usually adjust more. But that's why it's even more important to stress that we do become demanding, that we do demand things, that if it is something wrong is happening to us, we do stand up and say, and we do take our part and our share in it. And in fact, it's something that our foremothers have done, that we have the right to equality, the right to vote, and all of these here, and that we are educated and we are standing here.
Yeah.
So we owe it to our next generation that we make it a better, a more equal world for them. And it will only happen when we demand the seat at the table.
Right. Thank you so much. And she's I'm just going to take that point forward, actually, Poonamji. We are, this generation of women at work and, heading startups, we are carrying that burden of a generation of gender pay gap and that lack of equity or representation. Are we in a haste to cover that gap quickly? How do we pace it out? How do we ask for what we deserve and yet not be impatient about it?
So I would like to see impatient women all across India at all levels. It's been too long. It's really been too long that we have known inequalities exist. We keep talking about women's empowerment at political and every level. I think it's time that we assert ourselves, and changes happen very quickly. Transformations also happen when the conversation has come center stage. Women's empowerment and discrimination or gaps or gender gaps, they have come center stage. We don't need to educate anyone that there is a gender divide, that women get lower salary, women don't go into senior positions, women take all the caregiving role. All of this, unless women exercise their leadership, I call it leadership, and not just for yourself. The way to do it is for everybody. Why have the men succeeded and where they are? Look at the men's networks, old boys networks. On boards, they will support enough men. Everywhere they'll support men and each other. What about the women? I think it's a question we have to ask ourselves, whether it is the mother-in-law syndrome at home, or it is the sister-in-law syndrome, or at workplace.
Yeah.
We have to have agency. I keep telling my colleagues, and those are my most favorite passion in life is to mentor, support, go behind women. And I keep saying we'll only do it if there's agency and collaboration, cooperation amongst us. Women should stop thinking we only have the crumbs of the cake. No, we are marching towards the real cake. We are going to share it with the men, but we are not going to have crumbs.
Yeah.
So therefore, you know, whether it is in your personal life, it can't just be at your workplace. In the personal life, have negotiations with your partners, people you're going to marry, or if you are already married, you have to negotiate, just you negotiate at work. I think equality and compassion and sensitivity to each other is very, you know, happiness is a very good thing. And it helps the children and parents who get along and support each other. You will see that the children are a very happy, secure child. So we just not worry about being impatient. We have been too patient. We just want to take the next step and have a transformative, very quickly future. And you all are doing it. And look at the number of young women who are exercising authority. And the last thing I want to say is that women across the world and in India, their aspirations have changed. So nothing is going to stop them.
Yes.
The village woman, the young girl, everybody, if you see today, their aspirations have changed. And more of them are exercising leadership and assertion. And we must do it in a good way, in collaboration with the men. Let's not learn from men what isn't right.
Yes.
Let's learn the ladder that they are climbing up for success.
Yes, absolutely.
Megha,
It's
can I add on
very
this?
well put. Yes, of course. We'll just do closing
a
comments
minute.
quickly. Yes.
Yeah, just a minute. Just to add to you, ma'am, your remarks. There were the previous panel. There was not even one woman on the stage whose father invested in her. It was they getting married, and then the husband or the father-in-law was good enough and allowed them to take the business. The problem with women entrepreneur today is they do not have financial collaterals if they're starting on their own, if they're unmarried or something. How many fathers invest in their daughters? Tell me. So we don't have financial collaterals. There is no financial stability unless we are married into we have a rich husband who's ready to indulge in you. We should challenge the social structure.
Absolutely. Very well put. And I think there are so many vital takebacks from this conversation. I really want all of us to think, because I think somewhere we are falling prey to that stereotype, aurat ki dushman hai, there is competition. We are all queens. We have to fix each other's crowns, and we will succeed in this journey together. Use platforms like HerZindagi.com, like WEP. There is an ecosystem that now supports us. We have to reach out. I think importance of mentoring, leaders from leaders who are already making a mark. Make use of an event like this, network. Thank you so much to all of our panelists tonight. Thank you for sharing your experiences and these nuggets of wisdom. Thank you so much. We'll take the program forward.
Thank you, Megha. Thank you, panelists. Can we please facilitate the panelists? Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. What a delightful conversation about leadership, life, and everything nice. Can we please get the felicitations out? You're staying here, you're taking the spotlight, as we said in the beginning, and we are very lucky to have you in the spotlight and taking center stage today, please. Megha. Yes. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Once more, ladies and gentlemen. I love this crowd. They're following whatever this woman right here is saying. Good job. But let me tell you, you can do it on your own too. Huge round of applause for all of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Who's this? Lovely. I'm loving everyone who's taking the lead on this. Thank you for that. Thank you, Megha. Thank you, panelists. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to segue into a very important section of today's evening, which is the awards ceremony, which is why we have all gathered here today. And just before we start that, there is a special request for a poem. Would you like to listen to a poem? Yeah? Okay. So how many of you have attended a spoken word poetry event? Not a Kavi Sammelan, not a Mushaira, spoken word poetry. Okay, great. And ma'am, what happens in a spoken word poetry event when you really like a poem? Have you seen people do this? It's called snapping. Can we all practice that? Lovely. Now in a Kavi Sammelan, in a Mushaira, when you like something, what do? Wah wah, wah wah. Bilkul sahi baat. You can do that too. You can clap, you can applaud. And I'm really excited to be sharing this particular poem with you today because this poem is all about women asking for what they want. Remember, Ms. Poonam Mutreja was just saying that women should now start asking for what they want. And I agree. I think it is about time we should stop requesting. We should ask for what we want. It is really important to be able to do that. Now, how many of you, I digress here, आप में से प्यार किस किस को हुआ है यहाँ पर? Okay. Okay, next question. आप में से इश्क किस किस को हुआ है यहाँ पर? अरे वाह, see more excited people, more excited people. Raise your hands अगर इश्क किया है तो अच्छे से हाथ उठाइए. ये यहाँ पे ये प्यार है, ये इश्क है. अच्छा. Very nice. I love how Bharat has raised his hand in both instances, pyar and ishq. That's great. On the right path, both of you. All right. So this particular poem is called Mujhe Pyar Nahi Ishq Chahiye. And this poem is written according to the Sufi stages of ishq. So Sufi ishq में 7 पड़ाव होते हैं. और प्यार इश्क का एक पड़ाव होता है. पहला पड़ाव होता है दिलकशी, attraction. You meet someone, you like the way they look, you get attracted towards them. दूसरा पड़ाव होता है उन्स, यानी कि infatuation. It is a little bit more than attraction. You start developing feelings for them, infatuation. I'm sure you've all heard that term from your mothers, कि बेटा ये प्यार नहीं है, सिर्फ infatuation है. A lot of teachers used to say that in school as well, remember? Infatuation. The third padav is called aqidat, which is trust, the third stage of ishq, which means that you start trusting that person. You start discussing your dreams and your fears and your failures and your successes. चौथा पड़ाव है प्यार, मोहब्बत. Attraction है, infatuation है, trust है, तो obviously प्यार तो होगा ही. तो प्यार हो गया है. उसके बाद पांचवा पड़ाव है इबादत, which is worship. You start looking at this person as, not as God, but almost God-like. You start respecting them. You've elevated their position in your life. प्यार हो गया है आपको, तो अब वो यहाँ उनका दर्जा बढ़ गया है ज़िंदगी में. The next stage, ladies and gentlemen, which is the chhata padav, is junoon, which is madness, passion. You know you can't live without this person. And the सातवां पड़ाव, जो आखिरी पड़ाव होता है इश्क का, वो है मौत, which is death. But not your physical death. It is the death of your ego. That means आप कोई भी चीज़ ज़िंदगी में मैं से नहीं सोचते, चीज़ों को हम से सोचने लगते हैं. तो जब आप ये सातों पड़ाव पूरे कर लेते हैं तो सातवां पड़ाव इश्क का पड़ाव शुरू हो जाता है। और दिस इज़ अ फन लाइट पीस एंड इट इज़ कॉल्ड मुझे प्यार नहीं इश्क चाहिए। सुनेंगे? एंड पूनम मैम इसमें ये मांग रही है, नरेटर, शी इज़ आस्किंग फॉर द लव, एंड व्हेन यू वर सेइंग इट आई वाज लाइक दैट्स एग्जैक्टली व्हाट आई मीन, सो थैंक यू फॉर दैट। कहने की इजाज़त नहीं, अभिव्यक्ति की आज़ादी चाहिए। जो किताबों में भी लिखा ना हो मुझे वो उपन्यास चाहिए। हर अल्फाज के साथ साथ उन अल्फाज पे इखलास यानी कि बिलीफ चाहिए। मुझे तोहफे में जेवरात नहीं, मुझे कुर्बत का एहसास चाहिए। जो बेमिसाल बेनज़ीर बेलौस हो मुझे वो प्यास चाहिए। मुझे प्यार नहीं इश्क चाहिए, मुझे प्यार नहीं इश्क चाहिए। हैशटैग फॉरएवर के वादे मुझसे मत करो, ख्वाब मुझे दिखलाओ नहीं। फिल्मों के एक तरफा रोमांस को मुझसे दूर रखो, दिखावे का साया भी नहीं। मुझे मत बताओ कि समाज में आदमी और औरत में कोई फ़र्क है। मुझे मत बताओ समाज में आदमी और औरत में कोई फ़र्क है। मेरे साथ बैठो और ये बताओ क्या इस बात में कोई तर्क है। हमारे रिश्ते में कोई पाबंदी नहीं, ना हो रजामंदी की मुराद। हम फ़कत अपने में खोए हुए नहीं, हम हो होशमंद और आबाद। क्योंकि इश्क वो नहीं जो दो लोगों के बीच में लाए दूरियां। इश्क वो नहीं जिसमें दिल में सिर्फ हो दर्द और हो मजबूरियां। इश्क वो नहीं जिसमें दिल में सिर्फ हो रंजिश और ईर्ष्या। इश्क वो है जो दे इनायत, दैट मीन्स काइंडनेस, कंपैशन, तेरे मेरे दरमियाँ। तो अगर सुन रहे हैं तो ये सुनिए और इस बात को पहचानिए। मुझे प्यार नहीं इश्क चाहिए, इश्क मजाजी नहीं इश्क हकीकी चाहिए। बेबाक बेखौफ बेतकल्लुफ़ बंदगी चाहिए। मुझे प्यार नहीं इश्क चाहिए, मुझे प्यार नहीं, मांग नहीं रही हूँ, हकदार हूँ इसकी। थैंक यू। And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the question of asking for what you want, what better moment than to welcome our guest of honor for today evening, who will be joining us any minute now. I'm just waiting for someone from the team to make eye contact with me. One more poem? Okay, well, I'll add it to my invoice. Okay, great. So, 90s का दशक किस किस को पसंद है यहाँ पर? 90s? सबको? We are all, most of us might be 90s kids only, I think, है ना? I loved the 90s. I loved the 90s because of how simple the 90s were. No? Ma'am, ऐसा क्या हुआ 90s में? Actually, I agree. मैं available नहीं थी, exist नहीं करती थी, इसलिए मुझे पता नहीं. Back in the day, 70s, 80s, 60s, all of ये जितने भी दशक थे, they were all about a simpler life, right? Everything was black and white. There was less gray in life. There was less dependence on technology. There was less dependence on everything else that life has to offer. So a couple of years ago, I wrote a poem called मैं 2019 में 1999 ढूंढ रही हूँ. And that poem is not just about the 90s, but about looking for simple things in life, because simplicity is indeed beautiful. And this poem goes like this. I'll have to pull this one out. अब ये poem update हो चुकी है iPhone की तरह. iPhone 14 Pro के ज़माने में Nokia 3610 ढूंढ रही हूँ. Soy milk coffee के ज़माने में सिर्फ एक अदरक वाली चाय ढूंढ रही हूँ. Zucchini noodles के ज़माने में मैं vegetable चाउमीन ढूंढ रही हूँ. High speed broadband के ज़माने में सिर्फ एक डायल-अप कनेक्शन ढूंढ रही हूँ. इंस्टाग्राम स्टोरीज के ज़माने में कहानियाँ सुनने और सुनाने वाला ढूंढ रही हूँ. मैं 2023 में 1999 ढूंढ रही हूँ. जिसे नेटफ्लिक्स का क्रेज ना होकर श्रीमान श्रीमती का चस्का हो, जो फैट फ्री आमंड बटर ना होकर फ्रेश पाव पे लगा मस्का हो, जो सिर्फ कीटो डाइट में नहीं रोटी दाल चावल में भी विश्वास रखता हो, जो सिर्फ अरमानी और गुची में नहीं सादे कपड़ों में भी खास लगता हो. जिसे मेरी स्वतंत्रता पे काबू नहीं मेरे दिल में जगह बनानी हो, जिसे सिर्फ हवाए नफ्स की परवाह नहीं मेरी खैरोएफियत की बेचैनी हो, जिसे ना डर लगे मेरी साड़ी से ना खौफ हो मेरे मिनी स्कर्ट का, जो सिर्फ वाकिफ़ ही नहीं लेकिन अकीदा भी हो मेरे फेमिनिज्म की सभी दलीलों का, जिसे ना मेरी कमिटमेंट से डर लगे ना स्पेस मांगने की ज़रूरत पड़े, जिसे कुर्ब की तशनगी हो जो मोहब्बत को शिद्दत से करे। नो स्ट्रिंग्स अटैच्ड की इस दुनिया में रगबत का कालीन बुनने वाला ढूंढ रही हूँ। माई प्लेस और योर प्लेस की इस दुनिया में अपने नशिमन को मेरे आगोश में ढूंढने वाला ढूंढ रही हूँ। मैं 2023 में 1999 ढूंढ रही हूँ। मैं 2023 में 1999 ढूंढ रही हूँ। कैजुअल डेटिंग के इस ज़माने में हाथ पकड़ने वाला भी ढूंढ रही हूँ। सनरूफ के ज़माने में पर छत्ती पे चढ़ जाने वाला ढूंढ रही हूँ। मैं 2023 में 1999 ढूंढ रही हूँ। मैं 2023 में 1900 काश तुम मुझे 1998 में मिल जाते। थैंक यू। And on that note, are we ready to move on to the next segment of today's evening? I'm still waiting for the eye contacts and the blinks. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I just got married a couple of months ago. And as much as I tried to plan my wedding, everything was via eye contact only. So I'm getting my mehendi done, and in between the mehendi, I'm giving instructions to my mom to get everything sorted, to get the shagan ke lifafas together, and to get the gifts, and to make sure that someone is taking care of all my gifts and my money. That was really important to me, financial empowerment. And I had done everything for my wedding myself, like from A to Z. So it was really important for me for everything to go the way it was planned, but everything was like this only. हाँ, वक्त आ गया है? अच्छा, वक्त अभी नहीं आया है। चलिए, कोई बात नहीं, तो हम आगे फिर और बातचीत कर सकते हैं लोगों से। 5 मिनट है हमारे पास। या मेरे पंडित जी भी लेट हो गए थे उस दिन। It was October in Delhi. And everyone, I live in Mumbai. My husband is from Delhi, but we live in Mumbai. And everyone told me, Bombay में शादी कर लो, तुम्हारे सारे दोस्त वगैरह यही है। मैंने कहा नहीं, जिस गुरुद्वारे में करण के पेरेंट्स की शादी हुई थी, आपका पहाड़ी वाला गुरुद्वारा in GK, I said मैं तो वहीं करूँगी, because that's what my mother-in-law told me कि हमारी वहाँ हुई थी, तुम भी जब भी करोगे वहीं करना। तो अब 5 साल हो गए थे, तो मैंने कहा वहीं करेंगे। And everyone told me October, Delhi, गर्मी होगी, ये होगा, वो होगा। नहीं, I was like कुछ नहीं होगा, everything will be fine. And on the day of the wedding, ladies and gentlemen, बिल्कुल गर्मी नहीं थी। लेकिन दिल्ली में थी बारिश। 7 तारीख को मेरी मेहंदी, बारिश। 8 तारीख को मेरी हल्दी, बारिश। 8 तारीख की रात को मेरी कॉकटेल, बारिश। 9 तारीख को मेरी शादी, बारिश। And everyone told me कि तुमने जिंदगी में बहुत सारी कढ़ाइयाँ चाटी होंगी. Is that a thing? And I told them I'm a woman who loves to eat. So I won't be surprised अगर मैंने बहुत सारी कढ़ाइयाँ चाटी होंगी. So should I continue my personal conversations here? And how I entrepreneured my own wedding. All right, I think I would love to hear some stories of women who started their businesses during the pandemic. Is there anyone in particular who started a business during the pandemic? A few of you. Can we pass the mic around? Because I started a lot of things during the pandemic. I became my own videographer, my own producer, my own editor. Can we pass the mic around to the lady in the pink blazer? Yes? Yes, you. What's your name? Anushka. Can we have a mic to Anushka, please? ये मत बताना उस दिन बारिश हो गई थी वो conversation I'm done with.
Hello, my name is Anushka Jolly. I'm 14 years old.
Wow. Wow, that's amazing.
I actually started before the pandemic, but the pandemic caused me to revamp my business entirely. I've been working on mental health for the past 4 years now. In fact, I was the youngest entrepreneur on Shark Tank. And
Wow.
I also recently won the Bal Shakti Puraskar, and I realized that technology and sustainability and mental health is something that must go hand in hand. So we've always noted that technology has had a negative impact on mental health, increasing issues like depression and anxiety. But I want to change that. So during the pandemic, I started doing online sessions. Then I started an online program. I created an app. And And I realized that every step I've taken online has only helped me create a positive impact. So I think we should utilize technology for the benefit of mental health. And especially as women, we always face stereotypes that we're not technology savvy. And I, growing up, did not have that many role models of women entrepreneurs or women in tech. And I want to change that. And I want that the generation ahead of us will grow up seeing more women in tech, more women entrepreneurs, making a change and bringing in sustainability and impact using technology.
How lovely, Anushka. And tell us what your app is called. Where can we look up your work?
My app's called Kavach.
Lovely.
It's on Google Play Store, so you can download it. I'm also working on a 2.0, Kavach 2.0 that app.
Beautiful.
I hope to put it out there.
And what a lovely name. Thank you, Anushka. Thank you. And what a great story. I think at 14 we were all grappling with our exams. हमें लग रहा था कि अगले साल boards आने वाले. So it's amazing that you are thinking about the world beyond just that. Kudos to you. Yes, ma'am. Can we pass the mic back to ma'am?
So you were asking who all started something in pandemic, right?
Yes.
So of course, I've been in 26 years in the job, so I wouldn't have started anything. So I want to tell you something. I was working in an MNC, and it was 2020, and I resigned in March.
Perfect timing.
So then there was a total shutdown, and my company did not know how to process my resignation. Now, that's not end of it. Now I have to join another company. The company was called Microsoft. Microsoft did not know how to process my joining.
Wow.
There were PF certificate. There was so many stuff. Then they invented with me. Now that's not the end. Come 2022, we are still in pandemic. I resign.
What a great journey that has been.
So it was work from home. And throughout that, and I resigned. And I joined again another company in pandemic. That's IBM.
Wow. And this is where you are today?
So it was like they had to devise all those processes and optimize all those things, how to work in pandemic. So I tested their systems, I tested their patients, I tested their, I tested, everything was under the umbrella, and they were lost. And all three of them are IT companies.
Wow, wow. Round of applause. I think that's what the pandemic has taught us. It has taught us that a meeting can be an email. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Smriti Irani for graciously joining us today. Ma'am, it's a true pleasure to have you here. Thank you, ma'am. I'm a big fan of you too. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think one round of applause is enough for this woman who has donned many hats. From lighting up our television screens to lighting up the lives of so many women across the country, it is truly a pleasure to have you here today. Ms. Smriti Zubin Irani, currently serving as the Union Minister for Women and Child Development and Minister of Minority Affairs. In the last 3 years as the Minister for Women and Child Development, Mrs. Irani has worked towards strengthening women and child protection services. And I think one of my most favorite things that ma'am has done in the last couple of years is the idea of making child pornography a criminal offense through the POCSO Act. So hats off to you for that. I think you have worked on issues that so many people were sweeping under the carpet, that so many people were not looking at. So thank you for actually making a difference where it really, truly mattered. During this period, she has also had a successful career as a media professional for over 2 decades, has worked across fields of media, including creating content for news, entertainment, television, network, theater, in 4 Indian languages, ladies and gentlemen. She has also authored a book, I've personally read that and been a huge admirer and contributed as a column writer to 2 national dailies. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Smriti Irani. And with the arrival of the chief guest, we are going to start our award ceremony of today. Are you all ready for that? Yeah? मांग नहीं रहे हैं, हकदार हैं इसके. Remember, we spoke about that. अपना हक. So these are really special awards for HerZindagi as a platform. Firstly, as I said, पहली बार हमेशा याद रहती है. ये पहली बार है कि ये awards किए जा रहे हैं HerZindagi के द्वारा. And as I said in the beginning, every woman is an entrepreneur. And I'm so elated that we are all here today to honor such women from different fields. 450 entries had come for these particular awards. And out of those 450 entries, it was extremely difficult to pick 15 winners who will be getting acknowledged for their efforts today. But please give a huge round of applause for everyone who sent in their nominations. Each of these women entrepreneurs has set a benchmark in their chosen field and has scripted their own success stories, but at their own terms and conditions. Despite all the social hurdles, these female entrepreneurs have been standing tall from the rest of the crowd and are applauded for their achievements in their respective fields. Today is the day they will be celebrated for their breathtaking contribution to the society. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you and we appreciate that you have taken time and are here to honor these women today. HerZindagi WomenPreneur Awards 2023 is a way to celebrate excellence in the business industry, especially as we talked about before and as Anushka also was talking to us, especially during the year of the pandemic. To help us understand a little bit more about what these awards are all about, ek AV dekhe, chaliye.
HerZindagi.com presents the WomenPreneur Awards 2023, celebrating the indomitable spirit, conviction, and sheer grit of women leaders, honoring business champions who are changing the narrative around women and women-led brands. In its very first edition, the WomenPreneur Awards has seen a phenomenal response, with hundreds of nomination entries from across the country. A jury comprising of stalwarts in the segment of leadership, technology and entrepreneurship have then painstakingly reviewed and rated these nominations to arrive at winners in different categories. Tonight, we felicitate the victories while also honoring the hardships and obstacles that they conquered. The WomenPreneur Awards is a salute to the hard work, dedication, belief, and values that have brought these leaders to the pinnacle of success. The WomenPreneur Awards 2023.
Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. और आज के जब अवार्ड्स दिए जा रहे हों, अनाउंस किए जा रहे हों, तालियां बजाते रहिएगा और खुशी अपने चेहरे पे जाहिर कीजिएगा, because I think whenever women businesses and women entrepreneurs are mentioned, हमारे साथ वो words आ जाते हैं, hard work, obstacles, suffering. But at the end of the day, every entrepreneur here will also tell you, वो तो है, but we all love what we do, don't we? And the amount of joy that our work gives us is unparalleled. तब वो hard work, वो obstacle, वो suffering, वो comparison में छोटा पड़ जाता है और वो जो खुशी, वो joy, वो glow, वो achievement, वो बहुत बड़ा हो जाता है. So I want to make sure that that's reflecting on all the faces. तो smile करना अभी से शुरू कर दीजिए और जोर से एक बार तालियां बजा दीजिए. And with that, it is time to introduce our esteemed jury that has played a very important role in determining and acknowledging the deserving industry experts for their outstanding work for these entrepreneurship awards. The winners of the HerZindagi WomenPreneur Awards have been determined with the help of these panelists, and we please have an AV of the jury, please. Thank you.
WomenPreneur Awards, an initiative by HerZindagi.com to laud the achievement of women leaders in businesses, receiving a thumping response from women entrepreneurs from across the country. We received more than 400 unique entries across 15 categories. a 7-member jury of the most respected names in business and leadership came together to decide the fate of the nominees. Anna Roy is Senior Advisor Niti Aayog and leads the Women Entrepreneur Program, where she mentors thousands of budding businesswomen. Ankhi Das, co-founder Ankurit Capital, has a background in public policy and a passion to improve technology access to promote economic growth. Apurva Purohit is co-founder of Azol Ventures Private Limited. This businesswoman has helped build and scale up a diverse set of businesses to become a leading voice in the Indian business landscape. Sumit Singh is the Chief Marketing Officer at InfoEdge, a seasoned marketing professional with 23 years of experience. Sumit is the brains behind several viral campaigns for brands like Naukri.com, 99acres.com and Jeevansathi.com. Durga Raghunath is the head of news partnerships in India at Google. With her vast experience, Durga has previously led robust teams as the digital head at the Times of India, CEO Digital for Indian Express, CEO Network 18 Digital, among others. COO Media Branding and Communication, Patanjali Ayurved Limited, Anita Nayyar is a veteran of the Indian media, advertising and marketing industry. Anita is an award-winning communication strategist and leadership force to be reckoned with. Megha Mamgen is the Associate Vice President and Business Head for the Health and Lifestyle Verticals at Jagran New Media, the digital wing of Jagran Prakashan. Megha drives passion, commitment and credibility in content. She has previously led editorial teams in top television news channels. This highly qualified and credible jury has studied each nominee, brainstormed and deliberated over a jury meet, and selected the top contenders for WomenPreneur Awards. And their votes helped choose the winners.
Keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen, because in order to welcome and honor our guest of honor today, can I please have on stage Ms. Megha Mamgen, once again, the head of lifestyle vertical of Jagran New Media on stage. This woman, as you know, dons many hats, an award-winning journalist, the true blue leader, the lady behind what we are doing here today. HerZindagi itself is such an inspiration, Megha. Thank you for being here with us today. In order to do the same, can I also please invite Mr. Bharat Gupta, CEO Jagran News Media. Huge round of applause for Mr. Gupta. A dynamic young leader, the vision and the force behind the success of Jagran New Media. 20 years of rich experience to his credit. Now we know he has degrees in Pyar and Ishq as well, which जब प्यार और इश्क की बात हुई थी, इनके दोनों हाथ ऊपर हुए थे, and I absolutely love a businessman who's also so honest about his emotions. In addition to his present role as CEO, he's also serving as the director to the INMA South Asia Board, the governing council member at Internet and Mobile Association, and the founding member of the Digital News Publisher Association. Bharat has played an instrumental role in the launch of India's first Hindi fact-check website called Vishwas News, which has now expanded into 12 languages. I think जहाँ भी भाषाओं की बात आती है, तालियां थोड़ी जोर से बजनी चाहिए. एक सबसे बड़ी खूबी हमारे देश की यही है कि हमारे देश में इतनी भाषाएं हैं और भारत का हर बच्चा एक से ज़्यादा भाषा को अच्छी तरह से जानता है. And you will not believe, I never realized this until I went abroad and I realized we are so multilingual and bilingual and so many people abroad are not. So thank you for extending work in languages. In recognition of his achievements in the industry, he has also had the Youth Achievers Award at the 6th Global Marketing and Social Media Awards 2014. For his contributions, GPTW recognized Bharat as one of India's best leaders in the times of crisis. बहुत सारी जगह हैं यहाँ पे ताली बजवाने की. Being a people-oriented team leader, Bharat is sincerely committed to revolutionizing Indian media by managing high-performing teams and encouraging new-age innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, keep the applause going, and can I please request ma'am to grace the stage. Ma'am, आपका बेबाक और बेखौफ style जो है बात करने का, आपका काम करने का, has been an inspiration to little girls all over the country. Thank you so much for being here with us today. can I please ask for a small gesture of welcome for Miss Irani? Just a small token of our appreciation, ma'am. देखिए हमने इस जेस्चर इस टोकन के पीछे हमने बहुत दिल और दिमाग लगाया है मैम। उम्मीद है कि आपको ये तुलसी पसंद आई होगी। हमें तो बहुत पसंद है ना? So this section is called Fireside Chat. The name is very exciting, and I'm looking forward to all the fire and all the side and all the chat in this conversation. Good luck, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to humbly welcome Honorable Union Minister Smriti Irani. I think all of us know her in different roles.
You don't have to read that, Bharat. Let's have a chat without the iPad.
Okay. I think that's going to be a difficult one. So,
and Bharat, let me tell you, ladies and a smattering of gentlemen, is looking at his wife, not looking at anybody else right now, which is a sign that he's very nervous. Yes, Bharat.
No.
So on behalf of all the ladies, what is about to happen to Bharat is what happens to all men.
So now I understand why it's
when they have
HerZindagi.
fire by their side, yes.
It's a women entrepreneurs platform. So yeah, I'm the one who's getting grilled. So thank you.
I don't think Jagran had imagined this. Yes.
Yeah. Great. So Smriti ji, let me jump like this, that India as a country is changing, and in last 4 years, we have seen a great penetration which has happened through internet, and today we are close to about 600 million internet users, which is about 55% of the population penetration. With this penetration comes, or medium comes, a great democratization of information which is happening, and the way people are discovering, consuming, or exchanging information has changed. How do you see the role of technology in enablement and empowerment of India as a country? Is my first question.
I think Bharat, आपके प्रश्न में बहुत सारे layers हैं. आपने कहा कम्युनिकेशन बढ़ा है, फिर भी आज क्यों परिवारों में लगता है कि कोई किसी से बात नहीं करता. आपने कहा इंफॉर्मेशन बढ़ा है, फिर भी आपको क्यों फैक्ट चेक चलाना पड़ता है. और मुझे लगता है कि इट्स 800 million internet users now. If we do not address these issues now, then we look forward to a time filled with challenges that the world sees currently. हमारी अगर सबसे बड़ी कोई स्ट्रेंथ है, वो ये कि हम चाहे कितना भी आसमान छू लें, we always stay rooted. और ये एक quintessential Indian quality है. इसका मैं आपको एक juxtaposed version बता सकती हूँ. हमारे देश के बारे में आज से 3 साल पहले अगर कोई ये कहता कि हम अपने देश में पैंडेमिक की अवस्था में अल्प समय में एक ऐसे वैक्सीन का निर्माण करेंगे जिसकी ज़रूरत हमको नहीं पूरी दुनिया को होगी, तो कोई नहीं मानता. अगर हम आज से 3 साल पहले कहते कि हम ना सिर्फ उस वैक्सीन की निर्मित करेंगे बल्कि 100 करोड़ से ज़्यादा लोगों को 200 करोड़ डोज दिलवा भी देंगे टेक्नोलॉजी के आधार पर, तो कोई विश्वास नहीं करता. अगर हम आज से 3 साल पहले कहते कि हम 800 मिलियन लोगों तक मुफ्त का राशन 3 साल सतत पहुंचाएंगे, तो कोई हमको विश्वास नहीं करता. अगर हम आज से 3 साल पहले लोगों से कहते कि हिंदुस्तान विश्व की फार्मेसी बन जाएगा, तो कोई हम पे विश्वास नहीं करता. अगर आज से 3 साल पहले हम किसी से कहते कि आपको पैरासीटामोल चाहिए तो 160 देशों में हिंदुस्तान वो पहुंचाएगा, तो लोग हिंदुस्तानी को देखकर हंसते. लेकिन हमने इस 3 साल की अवधि में, विशेष कोविड के वक्त, when borders had come to a close, we did it. लेकिन एक हिंदुस्तानी होने के नाते मुझे इस बात का संतोष है, we became the pharmacy of the world, but we were not arrogant about it. We sent vaccines, but we did not profit from the misery of people. कुछ देशों में तो टॉयलेट पेपर तक खत्म हो गया था, लेकिन हमारे देश में किसी ने किसी का साथ नहीं छोड़ा. हमारे देश में 6,22,000 गांव हैं. जब पैंडेमिक हुआ था तब लोगों ने कहा कि गांव का हिंदुस्तानी क्या करेगा, और सबसे ज़्यादा संयम, सबसे ज़्यादा उदारता अगर विश्व में किसी ने दिखाई तो हिंदुस्तान में गांव में बसने वाले उस हिंदुस्तानी ने दिखाई. और मैं इस उदारता की प्रत्यक्ष साक्षी रही हूँ, सिर्फ पैंडेमिक के वक्त नहीं. मैंने 17 साल अपने जीवन के शहर में बिताए, यहाँ जन्मी. 20 साल से ज़्यादा मैंने मुंबई में बिताए, वहाँ पर मैंने काम किया. मुझे आज भी याद है 26/11 का वो नज़ारा, जब मैं दिल्ली में किसी चुनाव की रैली में थी, शाम को लौटी. मेरी सबसे बड़ी बेटी लियोपोल्ड में थी जहाँ पर अटैक हुआ. मेरी सास ससुर वो ताज में थे जहाँ अटैक हुआ. और मुझे याद है that the only way you can survive that trauma is on the basis of the kindness of others. And I'm proud that the others are fellow Indians.
Very well said.
So अगर आप इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी की दृष्टि से देखें क्या बदलाव आएगा, तो एक माँ होने के नाते मेरा प्रश्न आज भी यही है कि अगर कम्युनिकेशन बढ़ा है तो घर पर बातचीत कम क्यों हो गई? क्योंकि वही हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है कि हमारे यहाँ जेनरेशनली कॉन्वर्सेशंस कुछ मुद्दों पर टफ थी, कुछ मुद्दों पर हम कहते थे कि माता पिता के सामने बोलती बंद हो जाती थी, लेकिन फिर भी परिवार में कोई ना कोई था बात करने को. आज कितने लोग हैं जो टेक्नोलॉजी को अपना बच्चा सुपुर्द कर देते हैं और फिर कहते हैं अरे बच्चा सुनता नहीं है. आज कितने लोग हैं जो आकर हिदायत देते हैं मीडिया को कि जी फलां फलां चीज़ देख के बच्चा बिगड़ गया है, लेकिन वो डिसिप्लिन इम्पोज नहीं करना चाहते क्योंकि अनपॉपुलर हो जाएंगे अपने ही बच्चों के सामने. आज कितने लोग हैं जो कहते हैं अरे सारा दिन कहाँ निकल गया पता ही नहीं चला, लेकिन अगर बोलो कि बैठ के इवैल्यूएट करो कि दिन कहाँ बीता, तो अगर आप श्रृंखलाबद्ध उसको लिखेंगे तो कहेंगे एक्चुअली ज़्यादा कुछ किया नहीं. तो मुझे लगता है कि what technology has thrown up to us is opportunity, yes. Democratization not only of information but also of opportunity. Democratization of opinions. But what it brings to us is a responsibility to be more responsible. आज artificial intelligence की बहुत चर्चा होती है. Is artificial intelligence gendered enough? क्योंकि आप अगर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को एल्गोरिदम्स की दृष्टि से देखें तो क्या डेटा सेट फीड हुआ है. मतलब कॉम्प्लेक्सिटीज टेक्नोलॉजी की बहुत सारी हैं, चाहे वो कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी जेंडर के संदर्भ में हो, चाहे वो कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी फैमिली के संदर्भ में हो, चाहे वो कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी इंडिविजुअल के संदर्भ में हो. तो मुझे लगता है दिस इज़ द बेस्ट टाइम टू बी एन इंडियन इन इंडिया एंड टू बी एन इंडियन हु इज़ अ ग्लोबल सिटीजन.
So I think very, very well said, and I really like this line that it is the best time to be an Indian in India than a global citizen. Having said that, I think technology is a two-edged sword, and while, as you rightly pointed, that there is a great democratization which comes at a cost of responsibility, how do you see the role of technology in enablement and empowerment? So especially considering the youth.
We have to be cognizant of the fact that technology comes with no emotion.
Yes.
It is those who provide technology that come with that emotional quotient. So if we dissect that, I think we will be more accelerated in our desire to provide solutions. So how humane is the outlook of those who leverage technology, deliver technology, or use technology? I think that should be the focus of conversations. For instance, you have something called Vishwas News or HerZindagi.com. Each of them signify and have a social context. Now, how many of us who are a part, let's say, of that platform have ever evaluated or analyzed that social context? The women that you will today honor, were they waiting for a platform to recognize? No. They did what they did because they were passionate about a particular thing. What does your platform and this opportunity to honor them get? It gets them a place where their voice can become an inspiration for many. So, how is that weaving into your question? That you, as a person who leads that campaign, are compassionate enough to commercialize that prospect. Let's be honest. Till such time that compassion is not married to commerce, we will not have forums like this.
Very well said. So I think for us, our vision statement is to produce credible and factual content that empowers New India through knowledge, information, and point of view towards an inclusive and progressive society. For us, I think as a young Indian, we feel that what India really needs to be is more inclusive and progressive. The world is changing,
I
the
think
technology
that
is
even
changing.
the way we describe ourselves needs a little reflection. When you say India needs to be progressive, that means somewhere you are presuming that we are not. And when I sit, let's say, with my friends from the global West, how do I look at India? So let me give you a very small example. We had a legislation waiting passage for 4 decades. It was a medical termination of pregnancy at 24 weeks. Now, that legislation passed both houses of parliament without anybody opposing it. It was proposed by a male prime minister. And there's not a man in India who opposed that legislation. Try that in the United States of America. Try that in Europe. Try that in any part of the English-speaking world. They will not do it. Why? Because they believe that a woman's personal reproductive right is up for public debate. What I'm proud as an Indian is that Indian men believe that a woman's reproductive right is her right alone. Now tell me from that context, who's progressive? मुझे लगता है जब ऐसे मंचों पर बैठते हैं, इस प्रकार की डिस्क्रिप्शंस पर तवज्जो देने की ज़रूरत है. प्रोग्रेशन का दूसरा आपको मैं उदाहरण देती हूँ, फिर कोविड से उसको जोड़ती हूँ. कोविड में हमारे देश ने त्वरित रूप से सबसे पहले एक ऐप बना लिया जिसमें हिंदुस्तानियों ने अपने आप को रजिस्टर किया, हिंदुस्तानियों ने अपनी वैक्सीन लगवा ली, लेकिन वो ऐप हर हिंदुस्तानी ने इस्तेमाल किया. Those who are literate, those who are challenged academically, they all used it. And there were countries that were giving handwritten chits. Who's more progressive? So I think it is time that Indians recognize that this is inherently us. It's not just a few people who are educated, let's say, in Ivy League schools or who've gone to St. Stephen's College or Xavier's College. No, this is every Indian who's done this. And if that is not progressive, what is?
Absolutely right.
हमें सालों साल से कहा गया है कि तुम प्रोग्रेसिव तब बनोगे जब कोई गोरा आके तुमको तमगा देगा. अरे नहीं भैया, ये हमने किया है, बहुत सारे गोरों को पीछे रखा है, लेकिन उनको पीछे रखने में हमने कोई चतुराई नहीं दिखाई या हमने कोई घमंड नहीं किया. आगे बढ़ने के बाद हमने उनसे भी कहा मदद चाहिए क्या, चलो संग लेकर चलते हैं. वी इंक्लूसिव सोसाइटी, इंक्लूसिव होता क्या है मुझे बताएं. आज भी हमारे समाज में, बहुत ही साधारण परिवार के दृष्टिकोण से कहती हूँ, आज भी हमारे समाज में अगर आप परिवारों के मध्य में बैठें क्या कोई भी बेटा या बेटी धड़ल्ले से कह सकता है मैं अपने माँ बाप को वृद्धाश्रम छोड़ने जा रहा हूँ? बताओ यहाँ कोई है? So what is inclusive? Is it only gendered? Or are you bereft of ageism? आप inclusion की बात करते हैं. Inclusive का मतलब क्या? कि अब पर्यावरण की दृष्टि से भी लोग कहते हैं we are environmentally sustainable. अरे हम तो सालों साल से नदी को माँ कह रहे हैं. आपने तुलसी का पौधा दिया मुझे आज, उसका कॉनोटेशन अलग होगा, लेकिन अपने घर में उसको रखकर पूछते हैं. विश्व का एक देश बता दो, एक सभ्यता बता दो जो गाय को रोटी खिलाता हो, नदी को माँ कहता हो, पेड़ का पूजन करता हो. हमको आकर अब कोई सिखाएगा आपको इंक्लूसिव कैसे बनना है, सस्टेनेबल कैसे बनना है. These are the buzzwords. I mean, my biggest grudge as a mother was when my kid said, "मम्मा, Starbucks में टर्मरिक लाटे है." मैंने कहा किसी ने अगर उसको खरीदा तो सबसे पहले पेला जाएगा घर में, क्योंकि जब माँ हल्दी का दूध देती है तब नाक उठा के सिकुड़ के बैठे रहते हैं, और जब लाते आता है टर्मरिक वाला तो लाइन में खड़े हो जाते हैं. खबरदार. So I think that it's also about packaging, right? That there is a thought process. If you tick that box, apparently you're it. But boss, we were already it. You woke up. I mean, I get very hassled when somebody gives me this whole cardiovascular rhythm of breathing. मैंने कहा योगा देखा है क्या? So I also feel that with this advancement of technology, as Indians, this is our time to say, tell the world, been there, done that.
Yes, so that is true to a great degree. Super. But how do we look at when we talk about literacy in India and when we say inclusive, that the literacy increases to close to 100%?
What is literacy?
Yeah.
Education, हाँ, sorry यार इनकी क्लास हो रही है. लेकिन मुझे बताइए एकेडेमिया और लिटरेसी, एजुकेटेड, इसका मतलब क्या है? अगर आपके पास डिग्री है और अपनी बीवी को आप पीटते हैं तो आप एजुकेटेड नहीं हैं. अगर आप कॉलेज में पढ़ते हैं और राह चलती लड़की पर सीटी बजाते हैं तो आप एजुकेटेड नहीं हैं. अगर आप अपनी बीवी से कहते हैं या अपने परिवार में किसी औरत से कहते हैं कि जाओ सेक्स डिटर्मिनेशन टेस्ट कराओ तो आप एजुकेटेड नहीं हैं. डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस के केसेस शहरों में एजुकेटेड लॉट में गांव से ज़्यादा है. और मैं इस बात की साक्षी हूँ भरत. बीड नाम का एक ज़िला है महाराष्ट्र में, और मैंने एक दो मंचों पर कहा इसलिए आज यहाँ कह रही हूँ. डॉक्टर का वहाँ पे क्लिनिक था, और अगर आप इसको देखेंगे आपके पास न्यूज़ में आएगा. ये मैंने आज से 8 साल पहले देखा है. डॉक्टर का क्लिनिक था और वो डॉक्टर विख्यात था गर्भपात के लिए, बच्ची के गर्भ का, फीमेल फीटिसाइड के लिए जाना जाता था, लेकिन कभी पकड़ा नहीं जाता था. तो एक एक्टिविस्ट ने कहा इसको पकड़े कैसे, कोई एविडेंस नहीं है, पुलिस ने कहा. तो एक्टिविस्ट अपनी एक प्रेग्नेंट दोस्त के साथ डॉक्टर के क्लिनिक में गई और कहा कि भाई दिस इज़ अ फीमेल फीटिस, आप इसका इंतज़ाम कर दीजिए. डॉक्टर ने कहा कुछ 1000 रुपये रख दो, कर दूंगा. तो एक्टिविस्ट ने उससे पूछा, आई एम वेरी इंट्रीग्ड, आप ये आराम से करते हो, कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता? उसने कहा नहीं. उसने कहा क्यों? कहते मेरे क्लिनिक में इंतज़ाम है डिस्पोजल का. तो उसी से अच्छा इसलिए आपके खिलाफ एविडेंस नहीं है. तो एक्टिविस्ट ने कहा मुझे डिस्पोजल क्या है, मेथडोलॉजी दिखा देंगे? डॉक्टर ने बड़े गर्व से कहा आइए आइए दिखाता हूँ. टुक हर टू अ रूम. उस रूम में कुत्ता बंधा हुआ था. इसे जैसे ही फीटस निकालता हूँ, आई फीड द डॉग. दिस इज अ डॉक्टर, एजुकेटेड. So I think that while questions are posed and verbs and adjectives are used, what is education? What is literacy?
I think that's a sad example, and that is what we have to overcome as a country, as a society.
Don't blame the country. I'm sorry,
Society.
but seriously, no. Don't blame the country. The response here shows you that that guy who did this in Bede is not the country. That is another problem. That one person breaks the law, it becomes the country. My country is not like that. And that is another issue that needs to be said time and again. Every society comes with its challenges. Have you ever seen an American get up and say, no, this is America? Sabhi Americans ऐसे नहीं. So I'm sorry, but वो एक व्यक्ति, वो हर हिंदुस्तानी मर्द या हर हिंदुस्तानी डॉक्टर का प्रतिबिंब या एग्जाम्पल नहीं है.
आजकल G20 आ रहा है, इंडिया इज आ गया है and India is preparing very, very well. There's a set agenda. What do we expect for India as a country to drive out of G20? What are the top lines if you would like to share and inspire?
I think that there are 2-3 issues one needs to highlight. When some of the most advanced economies, and I'm not saying societies, when some of the most advanced economies come to your country, they see your inherent potential, which can be leveraged for future economics, which can also be leveraged to reposition economic interests and economic collaborations. So if you ask anybody who comes as a participant, they've come with a mindset about India. What is that mindset? That, oh, every Indian woman needs to be rescued. I was at a program yesterday where I had some American participants telling me, what can we do for India? मैंने भैया हमको रेस्क्यू की जरूरत नहीं है, तुमको है. हमारे यहाँ पे राष्ट्रपति महिला है, तुम चुन के दिखाओ. So I think that this is a great opportunity to showcase to the world the Indian ability to provide solutions frugally with a global impact of the pandemic. People are now looking for solutions which are sustainable, long-term, which are technologically very enhanced, which are nuanced from a gender diversity point of view, and India has given those solutions. For instance, our Mars mission was 10 times cheaper than the American Mars mission, but the beauty of it is that it was led by a woman, and the deputies were both women. So I think these are the examples that we can position. For the first time in G20, the agenda of women is not on the sidelines. The Prime Minister has made the female agency the main agenda of G20. It's never happened before. So that is our gift to the women of the world, that we have a head of state who's saying, don't keep women at the sidelines of the G20, make them the main agenda. And that is why I've said, any smart economist knows that if you have women at the center of the economic agenda, you benefit society at large, because we have now substantially proved that when women's purchasing power is enhanced, they spend more on health and education for their families. They tend to save more. And if you want to enhance your capacity of GDP, you need to have more and more women at work. You need to have more and more women who have the capacity to save more, because that has a positive impact on your GDP. So I think that my boss, who happens to be the Prime Minister of India, did the smartest thing in 2014, where he stood at the ramparts of the Red Fort and he said, my main agenda is women-led development. This whole issue, and एक बहुत विख्यात पॉलिटिशियन ने एम्पावरमेंट बहुत बोला था 2014 से पहले, उनका मैं नाम नहीं लूंगी. लेकिन कि महिला इंतजार कर रही है जी, उसको रेस्क्यू करो. That's a different communication as compared to अगर तुम डेवलपमेंट का इंतजार कर रहे हो तो महिला का नेतृत्व उसमें सुनिश्चित करो. So I think the Prime Minister has transitioned the conversation in the country from women's emancipation, empowerment, to tell society at large, if you want to be empowered, make sure women are equal partners. And I think that is what also is now on the main table of G20. I'm in no ways, Bharat, saying problems won't happen. I'm no way, in any way, establishing challenges are downsized because of this proclamation of mine. But we have to be pragmatic enough to recognize that every country, every geography, every society is challenged across genders. What can we be assured of is that you have a government who's willing to dedicate every minute of that 24 hours to providing solutions, willing to partner with people.
Thank you, Smriti ji. So my next question is...
You see how well you're doing without the...
Yeah, it's always better to have a conversation, yes. So I think moving forward, as we have talked that women will play a very important role if India has to, or they are playing.
Women will play, nahin,
they
women are playing.
They are playing. And but having said that, there are challenges, and to solve some of challenges, we learned about some excellent story, and that was the mission of this platform.
Yes.
And today, amongst us, we have WEP, who has brought out some excellent stories of what different women are doing across different parts of India through different projects which are very diverse in nature. And it's important to hear them. Like when we were hearing them, they talked about financial inclusion, support, stereotyping. There were many, many issues which were being discussed before you came in. But in your experience, like I think, Smriti ji, you have seen it all, like from being on television as a star to being recognized by World Economic Forum for your achievements, to being the youngest women to be appointed in Rajya Sabha, and now a very powerful voice of women, a very powerful minister. So what is your advice to the participants over here?
Women
How
don't
should
need
they...
advice. They know exactly what they're doing. I think that's another problem. जब भी औरतों का जमावड़ा होता है, किसी को माइक दिया जाता है, कहते हैं इन औरतों को एडवाइस करो. अरे एडवाइस देनी होती तो यहाँ बैठे होते. और ये कभी कोई मर्द मर्दों के लिए नहीं करता. I'll give you a small example. One of your jury members, Aki, when did you leave Facebook? So between January 21 and this is February 23, she has done a capital of 100 crores in a fund alone. She used to work for somebody. Now she's working for herself. That too in COVID. That's one woman. So I think that men need advice right now. And I tell you why. And I'm saying this from personal experience because I've seen this happen to many of female colleagues and professionals across. I've had the good privilege of working in media and politics, and in two different fields to have success is nothing short of a blessing completely from God. While I say this in jest that men need advice, there's genuinely a need to have a conversation around the fact what happens when the power shifts in a family system or in a relationship, even if it's not a family. How many men are comfortable if suddenly the female partner ends up making more money? How many men are comfortable if their entire demeanor is defined by how popular the partner is in her professional field? This is a serious issue. Because if we do not correct this, it impacts the kids in the relationship who are watching that balance of power. The other issue, and why I said that men need a little bit of advice, and even women do on this one issue that I'm about to say, is when you negotiate contracts. I think we tend to have that little fear which just comes out कि अगर मैंने थोड़ा कम नहीं बोला तो मेरे हाथ से चला जाएगा. You see, I have said this yesterday also, and I said it just was a happenstance. But the problem is that when a woman is in her 20s, she's told she's inexperienced. When a woman is in her 30s, she's told, अरे अभी तो बच्चा हुआ या तो अभी बच्चा होने वाला है. When she's in her 40s, she's told कि अरे वो 20 वाले को तो कुछ सिखाओ, उसको experience चाहिए. When she's in her 50s, शी इज टोल्ड कि अरे वो 30 वाले को थोड़ा मेंटोर करो ना, तुमको तो मिल गया जितना मिलना था. When she is in her 60s, she is dead. Professionally. So this does not happen to men. The second part, apart from negotiation and this age bracket challenge we have, the third part, in fact, is when women deliver on a project. If you are accommodating, everybody here who is present, I'm sure, has had one experience or the other, you will be ramrodded. If you're tough, you are unpopular. If you're accommodating, your colleagues say, "Mera bhi thoda kaam kar do na." They would never say to a man. So I think that when we are looking at how conversations now need to happen around men, we need to do this, is the balance of power adjusted in relationships, be it personal or professional. If we manage to fine-tune that, we will see a partnership between our genders which will be fruitful for families and corporations at large. Most of the problems happen when there's a systemic breakdown of understanding and conversation. So I think one of the greatest advices I would give to a company would be to check what happens when you deal with women employees in your organization at different age brackets. For instance, which lady would you appoint to your board? The one who's amiable or the one who's sharp? Which lady would you position at the head of a department? HR or where the money is? Which strata of your company is overwhelmed with women? The clerical admin staff? Or the staff or the team that decides the future of the company? And that will tell you actually where do you stand as a man in a corporation. At home or in a relationship, what happens when you walk into a party and nobody shakes your hand but says, "Arey, kaise aap?" to the lady in your life? How many such parties will you withstand before you blow up at home? How many times will you go to a family gathering where somebody says, "Acha, बीवी ज़्यादा कमाती है क्या?" How many such get-togethers will you go to where you're told, "अरे, शादी नहीं की अभी तक?" So I think those are the people who need the advice, not these women here. Agree?
Agreed. But see, I think
after all, it's her zindagi, so let her
हाँ,
speak.
आपने हर जिंदगी के सारे पहलू खोल दिए, पर I think आपने एक चीज़ जो बहुत ही अच्छी बोली है कि always in centuries and now and maybe ever, the most important thing is to respect that balance between men, women. It is for a country. It is not about कि women को drive करना है या men को करना है.
No, I will.
It is about मिल के हमें क्या करना है. For me.
मैं एक और ख्याल रखती हूँ. I have मेरी पैदाइश हुई है लेडी हार्डिंग हॉस्पिटल में. जो लोग दिल्ली से उनको पता होगा. मेरे माता पिता के पास 150 रुपये थे जब मेरी पैदाइश हुई. उनको मुनीरका में उनके दोस्त ने तबेले के ऊपर एक रूम दिया था. टोकस नाम का कोई दोस्त था पिताजी का. तो मैं वहाँ मुनीरका के उस तबेले से आज कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर की लाइफ मैंने जी है. तो मैं जो कहने वाली हूँ वो इस पोजीशन से नहीं कह रही हूँ क्योंकि मैं कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर हूँ. मैं वहाँ से कह रही हूँ जहाँ से मैं आई हूँ. मेरी माँ ने ताज मानसिंह में हाउसकीपर का काम किया है और क्योंकि हम 3 बहनें थे, सुबह वो नाइट ड्यूटी करके आती थी, खाना बनाने का समय नहीं होता था. तो आप में से कितने लोग मचान गए हैं, क्लब सैंडविच खाया है? मुझे लेफ़्ट ओवर में वो मिलता था स्कूल के लिए, शेफ़ देता था. मैं वहाँ से आई हूँ और वहाँ से आने के बाद मैं हर औरत से कहती हूँ, मैंने आज तक किसी मर्द से ये नहीं कहा आई डिज़र्व दिस रिस्पेक्ट. आई हैव केयर्ड लेस. तुम रिस्पेक्ट करो नहीं करो, मुझे कहाँ पहुँचना है वो निर्धारित करो, मैं पहुँच जाऊँगी. Life is too short. If your life revolves around what other people think about you, I have one life. I will live it on my terms. I will sometimes mess it up, but it's my responsibility. But when I win, it is my victory alone. औरतों को हमेशा कहा जाता है घमंड मत करना, तुम जीते मतलब हाँ आई वांट टू थैंक पापा जी, मम्मी जी, सास जी. नो. How many of you have seen Snoop Dogg? You have? Go and on Instagram see one reel of his where he says, I want to thank me. And I think that's what we need to teach, because women are quintessentially polite. They are quintessentially warm. They give space to many things and many people in their heart. But we have to now inculcate this way of life, that it is okay to begin with me. I define me. My relationships, people in my life do not define you. The minute you can't start saying that, I started saying that when I was 17, I got whacked for it. I said, koi baat nahi. So I think men or women, if you can do that and have that great sense of self-respect, you tend to respect everybody else around you.
Yes,
So it's
absolutely.
not a female thing, it's a human being thing. Do that for yourself first, and you'll have respect for everybody you talk to.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Smriti ji. I think the conversation and as a personality, you're fierce, transparent, and very, very inspiring. Thank you so much for spending time with us. Over to the audience, if you have one question which you would like to put for Smriti ji.
Are you don't fix the match, you are Prime Minister's Bal Puruskar Vijeta. Now my belief is, ladies, if we can have just one or two questions, because the award winners are waiting. Yes. That is maybe Mantralaya ka bachcha, isliye that bachcha doesn't get to ask questions.
Hi ma'am, so it was an inspiring session and a revealing one, because you talked about the goals, you talked about where we should be walking and what is our path. We have to decide ourselves. And I think that is very empowering, that is very enlightening, and also a kind of awareness that is to be needed to be done in between the women, because we usually walk the path that has been decided by somebody else, and we do not want to go that
Because
path.
you're the only one that will bear the brunt for it.
Right. So I think whatever you have spoken is very much in reflection to what we have led our lives also, because it's not about who decides for ourselves, it is about we deciding where we want to go, and it's not about the gender, it's also about your focus, your vision, your courage, and your perseverance. So your journey has been inspiring. When I come here and hear about the journey, this is the first time I'm hearing you. But the story that I've heard right from where you came and where you have reached in is really inspirational. I just want to know, what is your goal for the next 5 years? Not about the cabinet minister.
I have nothing. And I'll tell you why. Your name, ma'am?
Soumya Vilekar.
Soumya, I have no ambition left, which is spiritually the best place to be in. I have no desires left. I have lived a very full life. It almost sounds like I'm about to cop it tomorrow, but no. One, I have no desire. Two, I have no such ambition. I'm happy. I have a man I absolutely adore. I love him. I have kids who are smart, who are hardworking, who are honest. I couldn't have asked for more, because I have 2 successful careers. I've created history in 2 fields. So I have no chahiye.
Where would you like yourself to see after 10 years?
No desire.
It's not about desire.
No, not even see.
It's your journey.
I know my journey has unfolded because of only one reason. When I left Delhi, when I was 17 years old, I told my father just 2 things, because I'm the first girl to work in his family. In fact, when I was a baby, one of my, in my paternal family, somebody told my mother, I was just 2-3 months, something like that. नवंबर की ठंड में मुझे कपड़े से अनरैप करके सीमेंट के फर्श पे छोड़ दिया गया था. मेरी माँ से कहा गया था, शिबानी मर जाएगी रोते रोते, सुबह डेड डिक्लेयर करा देना, ठंड से मर गई. I didn't die then. If you ask me what I need 10 years from now, I'm alive. That's a big blessing. I work with one of the most historical prime minister's office this country has ever seen. And I beat the sitting president of the Indian National Congress in the history of the country. That's never happened. So I have zero desire, which I think is the best place to be. Because every life that I meet, every event that I'm a part of, not just this event, every person, I've had a chat with Bharat Gupta who was prepared. Let's give you a small example. He was ready with this. He's leading an organization that I could give him comfort enough to leave this and chat. Do you know what a great gift that is? So for me, every other day that I have is a huge blessing. There's भगवान के पास सारे लोग मांगते रहते हैं. मुझसे कहा जाता है कुछ तो मांगो. मैंने कहा कोई तो हो जो बोले थैंक यू. हो गया.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Very inspiring as always. I'm Sakshi Talwar. Ma'am, you talked about, even if you achieve success in any field or whatsoever, you should take credibility, for your own success. But now, I mean, no matter what industry you see or what sphere that you actually think about, a lot of people, including men and women, there are a lot of times they take credibility.
Somebody else's work.
Sorry?
They take credit
for other people's success.
Yes, it happened to me.
Yes, yes. So I just want to know your, 2 cents on that, and how does one deal with that, considering it happens.
I think that is a skill set that people need to get. It's happened to me.
Right.
So I completely agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I think that the smart thing, why do I look at Ankhi all the time? Because that is a one skill set I want to learn from her, which is what? Is to never deny people their credit. But I think that ultimately such individuals stand exposed, because excellence genuinely doesn't, you can't hide it for long.
Right.
So it is, yes, one of your greatest tests. I have had people run with my stuff and I'm like, oh, and then not succeed or half succeed and come back to me and say, kaise karna tha? I'm like, so I think that apart, when we talk about counseling and skilling, that's the one skill we need to learn. How to be smart about our engagements. How to, without arrogantly professing it, let our superiors know. Because ultimately they will know. Many a times they may miss it. It is incumbent upon us, and I think that's where technology works. That you have many platforms where you can exhibit your talent. But this actually is the untold truth of professional life. So a gift that you can give to the generation ahead, one is to be a boss that does not deny credit. It happens in the guise of teamwork. The second is to teach somebody how to be smart enough to get that attention to their work, no matter how small that contribution is. Because you can carry a lame duck only so far. But if you have survived that, then you'll be the biggest success in your vertical. That also I have discovered. Because let me just take you back to when I said women should learn how to negotiate, right? So one of my good negotiation tips, if you may so call it, but experience. So when I started Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi, I used to get 1800 rupees. That was my contract. The guy who played Mihir used to get 10 times more. But when I came in, I had no job. So I was like, 1800 rupees lao bhaiya, abhi paise nahi hai. Because just before that, my job was, I worked in the first McDonald's that opened in India. And I used to do jhadu pocha there. They used to pay me 1500 bucks. So for me, that 300 bucks meant a lot. But that 1 year of kyunki, I sat down again at the negotiating table. And I said, I wanted X money. He said, how dare you? I said, I proved myself. And I said, मिहिर बदल सकता है, तुलसी नहीं. Yes, ma'am.
Indeed, a pleasure listening to you, ma'am. You've been such an inspiration for every woman, I would believe. Myself is Advocate Juhi Arora. I'm practicing in Supreme Court. I would like to hear some suggestions and challenges in the coming year in the legal, women in legal especially.
Why women alone?
Women in legal, ma'am.
Yeah. But why women alone? I think that is another disservice we do to ourselves. Now, when you subscribe a challenge, don't only say that it is your challenge, because then people will presume that only you should provide the solution. So, challenge is for a particular class of people. I'm not saying gender. Let's say an economic class of people, or an academic class of people, or a geographical class of people. Because I think as a woman, that is what I would like to bring to the table. That I have, in terms of efficacy, these tenets, or for that matter, these attributes. If you want to keep me at a job, what is it? We have to be bereft of emotion when we look at our progression as a professional. So instead of asking for a solution for a class of people, would you like to individualize it and say, what can I do better? But if you want to do something for your gender and include children in it, what can you do better for that? I can give you a suggestion. The government has opened close to 1,063 fast-track courts across the country, of which 400 fast-track courts deal only with POCSO cases. The rest deal with cases with regards to women who are raped or women who are victims of violence. If as a legal community you can come together and expedite the victim's disposition in court, कितने victims ऐसे आते हैं, सरकार ने कोर्ट बना दिया, सरकार ने अधिकृत पैसा और व्यवस्था दे दी, लेकिन वो उस लीगल मैकेनिज्म पे निर्भर करता है कि अगर विक्टिम कोर्ट में आया तो क्या आप उस दिन उसका डेपोजिशन ले रहे हैं?
Correct.
या हम कह रहे हैं अरे वापस जाओ, 3 दिन बाद आओ. Can you imagine the trauma for that victim just to come to court that day? If you can just help us fix that, I think that's a great tribute on behalf of your fraternity to the community at large. The second issue, and I'm saying this because I've had the privilege of working with the Chief Justice, and there are many who have served that I've had the privilege of calling family. The second aspect that you can do, we know that during stages of investigation, and I'm talking about child victims now, many children are told, अरे जाके बोल देना अंकल को कि रेप नहीं है, consensual है. The government provides for a victim compensation fund. If you hear of such cases, can you alert the system that इस तंत्र ने इस बच्चे को कहा कि बोल दो जाके तुम्हारे साथ रेप नहीं हुआ, consensual था. If you've seen me in Parliament and you've seen me in the presence of the Chief Justice of India, I have refused to bring down the age of consent. Have we seen 16-year-olds get raped and told, bol do consent hai? So on these two issues, if you can help us, and I'm talking about your fraternity, I think it's a great, great honor you will do to your country, men, women, and children.
Definitely, ma'am. We'll look forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I think let's proceed with the awards now. But,
yes, please.
Yeah,
thank you so much for your questions. The rest of the questions will be taken offline if you have any. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. Huge round of applause. I think बहुत ज़रूरी है ऐसी बातें करना जो लोग नहीं करते हैं, नहीं करना चाहते हैं. और जैसा मैंने पहले कहा था मैम, आपकी बेबाकी और आपका वो बेखौफ अंदाज़, मैं सिर्फ पर्सनली नहीं, जितनी भी औरतें, छोटी लड़कियां, बच्चे, सब लोग, मर्द, सब लोग, हम सब देखते हैं, हम बहुत ही खुश होते हैं और बहुत उत्साह आता है अपने खुद के मन में कि एक ऐसा लीडर हमें लीड कर रहा है. सो थैंक यू फॉर दैट. आई मीन इट फ्रॉम द बॉटम ऑफ माई हार्ट. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move to the awards category of today. The first award for today is the Woman Icon of the Year, recognizing leadership, business acumen, vision, passion, और एक leader में जो सब कुछ होना चाहिए. The Woman of the Year Award, the Woman Icon of the Year Award celebrates an all-rounder जो ये सारी चीजें empathy से, equality से successfully कर लेती हैं. And the winner is, please put your hands together for Dr. Swati Perumal from the Perumal Group. She's the Vice Chairperson of the Perumal Group, one of India's leading scientists and industrialists, recipient of the Padma Shri. Unfortunately, she couldn't be with us today, and we have the Head Policy and Communication, Ms. Devina Srivastava, on her behalf, to collect the award. Let's play the AV, please. Thank you so much, Ms. Srivastav. The next award category is the E-commerce Brand of the Year, and the nominees are... Can I have the AV, please? Yes. And the winner is, put your hands together, for Ms. Soumya Kant from Clovia, a premier D2C fashion, lingerie, and personal care brand. Congratulations to you for winning this award today. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए, खुशी, मुस्कान, बातें हुई थी हम सब की ये, बरकरार रखिए. It's always lovely to get appreciation. Thank you so much and congratulations. The next award goes to the Sustainable Brand of the Year, and the nominees are... Please put your hands together for the winner, Ms. Nikita Barmecha from EcoRite Private Limited. Nikita has managed to take a concept like eco-friendly bags and made over 350 SKUs across lifestyle bags, tote bags, and phone cases. Congratulations. The next award category is for Student Entrepreneur of the Year, and the nominees are Ayushi Joshi and Anushka Jolie, and the winner is Ayushi Joshi. Please put your hands together for Ayushi. From Mood Flip Chocolates, she's only 19 years old and wants to provide relief from menstrual cramps and other PMS symptoms. Congratulations, Ayushi. तालियां बरकरार रहें. Let's keep clapping for these wonderful women and even the nominees for being here with us today. As you know, we received 450 entries. So the fact that these entries were coming, applause for that as well. The next award is for Woman Rising Star of the Year, and the nominees are Srishti Jain, Nishtha Yogesh, and Jyoti Jain. And we have a tie here, ladies and gentlemen. The first winner is Srishti Jain. Put your hands together for Srishti. And we have a tie with Nishtha Yogesh. Please join us on stage as well. Srishti's business idea is to make sports a viable career option. And Nishtha founded a company named Hunar, which aims to empower women with skill and opportunity. Please join us on stage, Nishtha. And we can have the two winners. Congratulations, Srishti. Congratulations, Nishtha. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the first set of awards for the night, and what a phenomenal night it has been so far. And now, as a mark of our gratitude, ma'am. Wow, okay. No, I'm just taking a breath. Thank you so much, thank you. Ma'am, आप थोड़ा सा लेट आए. मैं आपके आने से पहले कविताएं सुना रही थी, and now I feel so bad कि आपको मैं वो कविता सुना नहीं पाई. मैं आपको पर्सनल प्राइवेट परफॉर्मेंस आके देना वो अब मेरा बाकी है। ये होना है अब, क्योंकि पोएट भी कभी फैन थी और है क्योंकि पोएट हमेशा से फैन है आपकी, तो हमेशा ये जरूर होगा। मैम प्लीज स्टे विद अस, वी जस्ट हैव टू प्रेजेंट यू विद अ स्पेशल मोमेंटो। हाँ, ये पिक्चर अभी बाकी है। Can we have the memento for Miss Irani, please? And please put your hands together for Megha Mamgen and Mr. Gupta for making this event very memorable and having Mrs. Irani here with us today. Thank you very much, ma'am. The true example कि जो इंसान अपनी जड़ों से जुड़ा रहता है वो आसमान में बहुत ऊपर उड़ता है. And it's been an absolute honor to interact with you today. Thank you so much for being a part of our evening, ma'am. Thank you. What an icon. And made the evening so memorable. I'm taking some core memories home. You know, दो तरह की memories होती हैं, कैसी होती हैं जो हमेशा आपकी ज़िंदगी में रहती हैं, core memories. I think आज हम सबके लिए core memories बना के गई हैं स्मृति जी. And absolutely beautiful to be in the aura of such women, I believe. It is absolutely amazing. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we actually have an AV from the Woman Icon of the Year, Miss Piramal, which could not play before. Can we play the AV for from her?
I'm humbled to receive the Woman Icon of the Year award. It also inspires me to continue my endeavor, both as an individual and as the Vice Chairperson of the Piramal Group, to champion the cause of women empowerment, leadership, and work towards developing a framework and policies to support women in society. At the Piramal Foundation, which I am a director of, we encourage aspiring women by embracing the potential of rural women in 11 states, and with 2 years we give them what we call a Karuna Fellowship program. It helps them develop their abilities by providing them with technology and employable skills. It nudges women towards involvement in the country's inclusive and sustainable development. Thank you once again to the jury and the organizers of the Jagran New Media for this immense recognition. Thank you. Namaskar.
हाँ, इतना मजा तो आ रहा है कि तालियां जोर से बज सकती हैं. चलिए बढ़िया. We move on to the jury facilitation, and for that, do we have Mr. Gupta back here with us? All right, okay. We're going to wait for that. Are you enjoying the night so far? It's been lovely, isn't it? So many thoughts to take home, so many people that you can network with. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the next category of awards. Can you please give a huge round of applause to Mr. Sumit Singh, the Chief Marketing Officer for InfoEdge, to be presenting the next set of awards. Ms. Sumit Singh, ma'am, it's a pleasure to have you here today. Can we please put our hands together for Ms. Sumit Singh? Ma'am, doesn't it happen with so many people with these? Yes, I have a friend named Simmer, and he goes through it all the time because people are not. Yes. But about time that we make names also gender fluid, I believe. So, round of applause for that. give me one quick second here. And the first award in this category goes to Woman Influencer of the Year. And the nominees are? And the winner is? Can we cue it to Women Influencer? We have skipped a few, we have changed a few things around here. Okay, lovely. And the Woman Influencer Award goes to Ms. Zahara Jani from Being Mom and Beyond, who provides relatable content on motherhood, modern parenting and family life, and engages with her followers on a variety of topics on various social media platforms. Congratulations, Zahara. And you look absolutely beautiful today. For the next category of awards, we have Fashion Entrepreneur of the Year. And the nominees are? Huge round of applause for the nominees. And the winner is Hemlata Yadki from Vibha Fashion Wear. Congratulations, Hemlata. What started with only 5 sewing machines and 5 women employees, Vibha Fashion Wear has 120 computerized machinery, all in a matter of 6 years, ladies and gentlemen. She's got 250 women employees working for export orders with a turnover of 3 crores in a matter of 6 years. Congratulations. And for the next award is Lifestyle Entrepreneur of the Year. And the nominees are? And the winner is? Siddha Saji. Siddha, can we have you here, please? Making millets cool again. Siddha's Eating Tunes is making healthy eating fun with Italy burgers and everything made out of millets. Huge fan of what you do. Congratulations to you. Congratulations, Siddha. And thank you for making millets actually cool again. I have tasted your brand and it's absolutely lovely. The next award is for Beauty Entrepreneur of the Year, and the nominees are? Huge round of applause for all the nominees here. And the winner is Sadia Naseem from Glam Studio. Congratulations, Sadia. Glam Studios is India's fastest growing salon brand with a vision to give a premium branded experience. Sadia launched in 2017 and has expanded to 50. Thank you, Sumit ji. Thank you, Megha ji, for being with us today. Huge round of applause for our esteemed women here on the stage. And for the next category of awards, can we please have on stage Ms. Aki Das. Ma'am, can we please have you on stage? Huge round of applause for ma'am. So Priyaji, can we also please have you on stage? It would be absolutely lovely to have this honor being bestowed by two ladies that we all look up to. Thank you so much. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And the first award is for Business Woman of the Year. And the nominees are... Can we have the AV, please? And the winner is Taje Rita from Lambu Superfoods and Beverages, putting Northeast on the India's entrepreneurial map. She's the Nara Abbas, a manufacturer of India's first kiwi wine. Do we have Miss Rita here? Can we have somebody accept the award on her behalf? Ladies and gentlemen, there are several categories where it was really hard for our jury to just decide one winner, which is why we have come up with a special category of awards which are called the Special Mention Awards. And in Businesswoman of the Year, the special mention goes to Ms. Ankita Sheth from Stay Vista Private Limited. Ankita, can we please have you on stage? Huge round of applause for Ankita. Luxurious estate, holiday homes across 50 plus destinations. Congratulations. Congratulations, Ankita. Stay Vista has done so brilliantly well. We're so proud to have you here today. The next category of awards is for Media and Entertainment Founder of the Year. And the nominees are... Huge round of applause for the nominees first. And the winner is Ms. Soumya Vilikar from Planet Marathi Seller Services Private Limited. Co-founder of Planet Marathi OTT, world's first exclusive Marathi over-the-top service with exclusive Marathi content, web series, films, talk shows, and other forms. Congratulations to you. Thank you so much and congratulations. The next award, Woman Social Entrepreneur of the Year. Can we have the nominees, please? We have Lakshmi, Jigisha, and Sanya. Congratulations to all of you. And the winner is Lakshmi Dulwar from Udan Solar Energy. Can we have you on stage? Congratulations to you, Lakshmi. Or somebody from her team can accept. It's a brilliant story of a tribal woman who decided to be the change that she wanted in her village. She could not be here to receive the award, but says that this recognition is going to inspire more women in her village and beyond on the entrepreneurial journey. Congratulations. The next award is for the Technology Entrepreneur of the Year, and the nominees are Purvi Roy, Smriti Goyal, and Soumya Singh Rathore. And the award goes to Smriti Golyal from Seiko Innovations, a smartwatch that enables parents to track live locations of their child. Can we please have Smriti ji on the stage? Everything about the brand is made in India and all for 2,400 rupees only. You can track your child's live location, health vitals, alarm button, audio video calling. That's a wonderful idea. Congratulations to you. Congratulations. And remember, the Special Mention Award? We have another one right here. The Special Mention for Technology Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Soumya Singh Rathore from Windsor Games, India's largest vernacular social gaming platform. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Soumya? Somebody from Soumya's team is collecting the award here. We wish Soumya all the best and congratulations on this entrepreneurial journey. Thank you for accepting. And we need you for a little bit longer. There are a few more awards to be given. The next award is for Woman CEO of the Year. And the nominees are Dr. Shweta Singh, Akanksha Bhargav, and Pallavi Utagi. And the winner is Akanksha Bhargava from PM Relocations, taking over the male bastion with a moving business, showing year-on-year growth in revenue, taking over international and domestic markets. Congratulations to you. Well, we have a live demonstration of the lady here today. We apologize for the technical error on our part. It's the wrong photo. And isn't this absolutely lovely that as women we are pointing it out rather than just being quiet and being ha theek hai, kisi ko nahi pata chalega. And for us to even accept that yes, we did make a boo-boo there. Thank you for pointing that out to us. And congratulations once again, Akanksha. Huge round of applause for Akanksha. Special mention in Women CEO of the Year goes to Pallavi Utagi from Super Bottoms. Pallavi, congratulations. The founder and CEO of India's #1 brand of sustainable mom and baby essentials. Employing over 200 women across India, the Special Mention Women CEO Award. Congratulations, Pallavi. The next award is for the FinTech Entrepreneur of the Year. The FinTech Entrepreneur of the Year, and the nominees are Pooja Shrivastava, Priyanka Kanwar, and Nimisha Vadakan. And the winner is Priyanka Kanwar from Falcon. Priyanka, can we have you on stage, please? Can we have somebody selected on Priyanka's behalf? Priyanka is a fintech entrepreneur building Falcon as a full-stack banking as a service platform. Can we have someone accept the award on Priyanka's behalf? Congratulations, huge round of applause. ये अब आवाज आज रात को सबको नींद में भी सुनाई देगी. We'll be celebrating these awards tonight in our sleep as well. the Creative Industry Entrepreneur of the Year. The nominees for this award are Vibhuti Love, Pooja Saria, and Neha Purohit. And the winner is, please give a huge round of applause for Neha Purohit from Kalankit. Making wearable art. Each design is unique and a masterpiece of art of Neha Purohit's brand, Kalankit. Congratulations, Neha. Thank you. Thank you, Aki ji. Thank you, Supriya ji, for joining us here on stage. Absolutely lovely to have you here. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our esteemed jury on stage today to facilitate them, because they are the ones who have made sure that every nominee is thoroughly studied, every nominee's application is thoroughly looked at, brainstormed, and their votes have helped us choose the winners. As I announce their names, make sure that you're clapping for them. I would first like to call on stage once again Ms. Aki Das, the co-founder of Ankurit Capital. Aki ji is a public policy expert, a South Asian women business leader, and a VC investor dedicated to improving technology access and digital transformation. Can I have on the stage once more Mrs. Sumit Singh, Chief Marketing Officer of InfoEdge, 23 years of experience. She's currently serving as the Chief Marketing Officer of InfoEdge, also owns leading portals like Naukri.com, 99 Acres, Shiksha.com, and Jeevansathi.com. I think Sumit ji is making sure that at some point in life, you will need something from her. Chahe Shiksha ho, chahe Jeevansathi ho, Naukri ho, ya 99 Acres mein property ho. So that's a wonderful, wonderful thing. Can I also have on stage, last but not the least, our very own, our favorite, Miss Megha Mamgen. Megha Mamgen, as I said, the true blue leader, the lady who dons various hats, and this stage will be incomplete without the joining of Mr. Bharat Gupta once again. Please be with us here and help us facilitate our jury members. It is a combined team effort of all of you to make today's evening possible. Thank you for doing that. Can we also please pass the microphone on stage? We would love to hear from you a little bit about what it was like to be the jury members, how you made your decisions, and a little bit of an insight into what was going on in your head when you were seeing these lovely, amazing women doing these wonderful things.
So I think it was incredible. You know, the jury as a community of women also, for us, we had a lot of sense of community that we've come together to celebrate women who are succeeding in business. Because normally when you look at product market fit or ideas which can scale in terms of making money, direct linkages to commerce, there are very few forums which actually recognize that, right? And you will either have, you know, enterprises which are in the social enterprise space or in the non-profit space. But, you know, for profit, creating product markets and then really scaling that product, having a consciousness to have a strong P&L, looking at adoption,
looking at revenue positivity, EBITDA positivity, you know, themes which normally, in normal circumstances, do not get associated with women. And we evaluated the entries on all of that, and we had such fun. And I was blown away by the number of entries, the diversity, the energy, the vitality of the creativity of women in our country. It came from far and wide, from northeast to down south to up north markets. It was amazing. I just loved it.
I'll just add a few more words. I think every word Aki said is true. I think all of us, even for those who are not present here, thoroughly enjoyed the process, you know. So thank you for having us there. It was so inspiring, I think, for us to see, as Aki said, people from the Northeast trying to actually make a difference in a field which is a very difficult field, like, you know, wines.
Yes.
You know, not an easy field. We saw a lot of fields that were actually mostly male-dominated, but had enough entries actually from women. So it was really inspiring to see that. And profitability was one of the actually, you know, criteria which was very interesting for us to see. We all felt, yeah, this is very good, because everybody that we're judging. And the other one lovely category was the student category. I don't think I have seen that in any other award function. You know, you have awards for students, but you don't see it on a HerStory.com or a HerZindagi. That, I think, is so encouraging, you know, to have students who are building something and acknowledging it, because that itself will inspire so many students. I have a daughter who's 19. Yes. I mean, I was blown by the entries that I saw, and I was like, these girls need to read all this. Because, you know, even for idols, if they are relatable, they are far more inspiring, you know, because a lot of them are very awe-inspiring. But when people are relatable and you see that they're from, you know, they're reachable, right? Then you kind of feel, if they could do it, why couldn't I? So I thought that was wonderful, you know. And I was telling Megha and Gaurav and Priyanka that even the whole process was so well organized, you know. Bharat, thank you so much, because I think the team had put in so much hard work. We had so much data. The entries were very well listed, you know. So all that kind of also assisted us. And we had quite a few discussions, and there were lots of places where we were like this or that. I think it wasn't an easy choice, right? You know, so thanks so much.
How lovely. Thank you. Megha?
And I just want to add one thing, that this is one jury panel that has been so involved. They have read each and every entry. When we were having discussions and, you know, on the verge of debates, you know, this jury was actually quoting points. So all of your stories were heard. There were some winners tonight. Not for a moment let, you know, it disappoint you that you did not make it to the final list of winners. You're all winners. Your stories are going to be heard. Please go on to HerZindagi.com. The entire coverage of this event, all of your stories are going to be featured there. Now, please subscribe to us if you can. Follow us on our social media handles, and I've now plugged it enough. But really, this is going to be a constant initiative, content initiative from us that we will continue. This is not just for tonight. This is going to be an initiative all through the year. We will continue to put your stories on for everyone to see and get inspired.
Thank you, Megha. Thank you so much. Sir?
I think enough has been said, and I would just like to say that for us as a company, for me as a leader, seeing HerZindagi organize a great community initiative like this was something which is much required. And not only bringing ideas to life, but perhaps I'm already imagining the next edition, that how can we add more value by helping these great ideas to scale up and connecting them with the right kind of funding opportunities and stuff like that. So over to next round. But for now, thank you so much, jury, for taking out your time and going through all these entries. It's really time consuming, and I'm very thankful to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us on stage. A huge thank you to each one of you. Megha ji, can I please get you to stay back on stage for the last segment? So when you go home tonight, make sure you subscribe to HerZindagi as a platform. You check out the amazing work that Jagran New Media has been doing, different languages across all verticals. जितने लोगों से आज आप मिले हैं, रूबरू हुए हैं, जिनके बारे में शायद पहले सुना हो या शायद कभी ना सुना हो, आज सुना है, तो make sure that you utilize that opportunity and look up all of our winners, our nominees, and everyone associated with the awards today. Megha ji, we would love for you to give out some special recognition awards. These are special recognition awards in categories which we felt are really important to be awarded, recognized, and acknowledged. And for that, I will be announcing the names. When your names get announced, please join us on stage. The first special recognition award goes to Elizabeth Thomas from Phonologics Health Solutions. Phonologics is an assistive technology venture making speech therapy accessible to children with communication disorders or delays. It is a guided platform that helps children overcome their communication challenges and improves their quality of life. What a wonderful initiative. Congratulations, Elizabeth. The next special recognition award, which is also the Editor's Choice Certificates, goes to Stella Richard from Winstar. Can we please have Stella on the stage? Sanitary pads, pad vending machines, incinerators, biodegradable pads, you name it, and Stella has done it all, bringing in a 45 lakhs revenue for Winstar, ladies and gentlemen. Stella is making way for happy women employees as well as customers. Absolutely brilliant initiative. Congratulations to you. The next award goes to Nupur Agarwal from Beyond Braille, a visualizer by passion. Nupur founded Beyond Braille, a tactile illustration picture series for the visually impaired community. For this innovation, she has also been granted patent certification, Transforming India Awards in 2019 by Niti Aayog and United Nations India, and a panelist for the India Toy Fair. Wow, we are amazed and impressed. Congratulations. For the next awards, please join your hands together for Megha Arora from Teesta by Megha, an idea that brings luxury and affordability together. As you can see, this beautifully dressed woman who is all about Chanderi silk weaves and experimenting it in a modern fashion. I love that you're wearing your own work today. Congratulations. Huge round of applause for Megha. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, अब थोड़े से ही रह गए, अब तालियां थोड़ी सी बरकरार रखते हैं, अच्छे से एक बार बजा दीजिए तालियां. For Ruchi Mathur from Divine Bite Pickles and Foods. Ruchi turned an entrepreneur at the age of 45 and has made her passion into her profession. Chemical-free, preservative-free ghar ka khana, bringing it to everyone's tables, and made a business out of things that we love. Congratulations, Ruchi ji. We must taste your pickles. Thank you, Ruchi ji. Can we please have Mr. Mansoor Ali, the Chief Sales and Marketing Officer from our sponsor Hamdard, to also join Ms. Bamgain on stage. Huge round of applause for Mr. Ali for helping us make tonight an absolute success and being the man behind a brand that goes back 100 years in legacy, ladies and gentlemen. The next award for Editor's Choice Certificate goes to Sakshi Tulsian from Posist Technologies. Congratulations, Sakshi. Huge round of applause for a fast-growing restaurant technology platform, software as a service success stories, 50+ countries they have a presence in with over 14,000 restaurants. Congratulations, Sakshi. And last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for this? Are we? Can't hear anything, are we? Now I know that you're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, this award goes to Devika Pakruti from Ad Hoc Network Startup, the developer of an EdTech app. She has created a company worth 12 lakhs in revenue in a span of only 3 years, which she started at the age of 22. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause to Mr. Ali and Ms. Mamgan for bestowing this honor. Thank you so much for joining us on stage. And आज की इस शाम को इतना खूबसूरत, इतना प्यार भरा, इतना अच्छा बनाने के लिए give a round of applause to yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. आप लोग नहीं होते तो ये शाम नहीं पूरी हो पाती. जी वो ज़रूर होगा. And I would also like to mention our wonderful sponsors and partners, without whom obviously also this evening was not possible. Can we please have the AV for Hamdard, a brand that goes back 100 years in legacy and has made the lives of Indians better every day. Can we have the AV, please?
Guys, I'm thrilled to partner with Hamdard Khalis Masale. Khalis यानी प्योर, खरा. नेक नियत से बनाए गए इन मसालों से मिलता है बेमिसाल जायका. Not just saying it, कई बार आजमा कर बोल रहा हूँ. Hamdard Khalis is so good, I fell in love with it. And it's not blind love. I have my reasons. After all, we are what we eat. So let's make it Khalis. Be back with tons of excitement soon.
खालिस, खरा, प्योर. आज की शाम के लिए अगर 3 शब्द इस्तेमाल करने को कोई बोले तो यही है. I would also like to thank our other sponsors and partners. Keep the applause going for Kalyan Jewelers, Infinix, LIC, InstaShield, and WEP for making this event successful. And obviously, Hamdard. Thank you for being our Hamdard throughout this journey. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolutely wonderful evening. My name is Priya Malik, and I think I might have something more to say right here. Ladies and gentlemen, एक खूबसूरत शाम वो होती है जब जो बोलना चाहे उसे उस बात को बोलने का मौका दिया जाए. And to say something absolutely wonderful, please give a huge round of applause to Ms. Sania Siddiqui, who will be joining us and talking a little bit about her journey today. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, a very good evening. My name is Dr. Sania Siddiqui. I'm the founder director of Hamjoli Foundation. और मैं एक इस तरह का काम करती हूँ क्योंकि आज हमारे बीच में लेडीज़ और जेंट्स दोनों हैं, तो शायद कुछ लोग ऑकवर्ड हो जाएं इसके बारे में सुन के, क्योंकि हम पीरियड्स के अराउंड काम करते हैं, मेंस्ट्रुएशन के बारे में बात करते हैं और उसी के अराउंड जागरूकता फैलाते हैं और जो लो इनकम ग्रुप है उनको जाके सपोर्ट करते हैं एजुकेशन, अवेयरनेस एंड प्रोडक्ट में. तो आज क्योंकि मुझे ये प्लेटफॉर्म मिला है, मैं बिल्कुल भी टाइम नहीं लूँगी, आई एम रियली सॉरी. सिर्फ मैं आप सब लोगों से इतना कहना चाहूँगी, मेंस्ट्रुएशन या पीरियड्स एक बहुत ही बेसिक नॉर्मल फिजियोलॉजिकल प्रोसेस है एक वुमन की लाइफ का, और हमें इसे नॉर्मलाइज करना चाहिए. इसको एक टबू नहीं समझना चाहिए और इसके बारे में हश हश नहीं करके बात करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि जो हमारे सोशल सिस्टम में इसके खिलाफ जो मिथ्स और टैबूज और बहुत ही ज़्यादा एक इंटीग्रेटेड डिस्टिग्मेटाइजेशन है, वो तभी ख़त्म होगा जब हम इसके बारे में बात करेंगे और आप जैसे सभी लोग इस तरह की हमारी जैसी NGOs के साथ में जुड़ेंगे और कोशिश करेंगे इसको नॉर्मलाइज करने के लिए. थैंक यू सो मच.
And what a great way for us to put a period, an end to this evening today. Thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. सचमुच में आप लोग तालियों के पूरे हकदार हैं. सब लोग अच्छे से मुस्कुराते हुए, आंखों से आंखें मिलाते हुए बैठे रहे. बहुत अच्छा लगा आप सबसे मिलके. Thank you so much, Dainik Jagran, New Media, for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I hope to see you all again. Thank you and good night. चाय पी के जाइएगा, कॉफ़ी पी के जाइएगा, खाना खा के जाइएगा. Thank you so much.